We'd like to thank you for listening and invite you to listen to Moishe's other lectures and engagements. What follows is a lecture given by Moishe Postone on January 19th, 2017 in his Capital seminar at the University of Chicago. This lecture covers Volume 1 of Capital.
Okay. So last time we started Capital. And one of the reasons why, even though I fooled myself in saying, well, I can review this in one class session, is because you really have to get the first chapters set up the theoretical frame. And if you don't get it, the rest of the book really doesn't make the sense that it is trying to make, whether you agree with it or not. Just a matter of properly analyzing this text. And I think it's valid to take a lot of time with Volume 1, since it's the only text of all of the manuscripts. Marx wrote hundreds and hundreds of pages between 1858 and 1865. Let's say they're only now going through some of the other manuscripts that became volumes 2 and 3. Because as I think most of you know, those were edited by Engels on the basis of the notebooks, but the notebooks have a lot more. Volume 1 was edited by Marx. The structure of the argument, one of the points I'm trying to make, and this goes back to the methodological statements made in the Grundrisse that we read, is that the structure of the argument is part of the argument. And as I said several times already, if Marx is insistent that what he is not only what he is analyzing is historically specific, but his categories themselves are historically specific. And as a side point, this means that Marx is calling into question whether there's any valid transhistorical theory, right, at all. So on the one hand, this means it raises the question of how do you begin an analysis when you cannot start as a point of departure something which is indubitably correct. That is, would be correct at all times and in all places. And one of the peculiarities, which I hope to flesh out, but I've only got very little time, is that in a sense you have to view the structure of Volume 1 of Capital as beginning with a tentative point of departure, and that as it unfolds, it retroactively justifies what came before it. It's a very different structure of argument than what you get in a purely deductive, logical argument. So what we're dealing with is an attempt at a theory that regards itself as historically specific and yet rigorous. So in a sense, this is a theory that in its very structure is trying to move away from a certain kind of universalism that understands itself as being true for all contexts, and a kind of a relativism that, in a sense, can't justify its own position as being relativist. And it's these methodological aspects of Marx's Capital which very frequently have been overlooked. And precisely where the chapters where he's really trying to establish the categories that then are going to unfold are chapters that in some branches of the Marxist tradition, people were told not to read them because they're just Hegelian, wish-washy, fancy dialectical categories. Let's get right down with surplus value because that shows exploitation. Which it does, of course, but in a very different way, I think, than has been understood. We began with the commodity. So the commodity, the category of the commodity has got to bear a lot of weight, particularly since, as I think a careful reading of Capital would show, but this has been greatly helped by the Grundrisse, the movement of the first chapters from commodity to money to capital is not a historical account, which unfortunately Engels proposed. That first you have societies based on simple commodity production, out of that you get money, and then finally you get capital. And it lends itself to a kind of a universalist theory of history. Whereas I'm suggesting that what Marx says is the commodity is the heart of capital. So it's almost like a seed that opens up.
And the capital is inside the seed of the commodity?
Yes. However, what that means, and this is the peculiarity of the structure, and this is a point that I stumbled on myself, and then I realized that a little known but really important theorist in the 1920s in the Soviet Union named I. Rubin had exactly the same idea. Rubin was then killed. It's really quite amazing how many, well, first of all, everybody knows how many people were killed by Stalin. But a lot of people don't realize the extent to which the intellectual flowering in the Soviet Union was cut off by Stalin, even and especially Marx scholars. At any rate, the commodity at the beginning presupposes capital. And the structure of the argument is such that taking these two dimensions of the commodity, use value and value, from that Marx is going to try to unfold the whole. Okay? Now, use value that things in all societies or products in all societies have some kind of usefulness for people, Marx is saying is transhistorical. It could be that they don't call it, they don't regard the usefulness of objects A, B, C as being subsumed under the category of use, but from our perspective, we could say that. We could find something like use in all these societies. Value, however, is different. you don't find something like value in other societies, according to Marx. Now, and we talked about this, so the commodity in Marx has two dimensions, right? A use-value dimension and a value dimension. This gives rise to a series of misrecognitions. There's this long section in chapter 1 called the value form analysis, where Marx takes what he calls the relative and the equivalent forms, from which he logically derives money. The commodity is both a product and a form of social mediation. That's what he's trying to get at. I'll come back to that. In terms of, however, the way it appears, the commodity cannot express its own value. It expresses its value with regard to something else. That is, it can't express its simultaneity of use value and value, even though that is what it is, according to Marx. So the simultaneity of value and use value becomes externalized as the commodity and money. But then, and then he repeats this in the chapter on money, then the commodity appears to be simply a thing that is mediated by something else, money, rather than the commodity form being the mediation itself. Now, a sidestep to this is in the Grundrisse, a passage different than the one that we read, when Marx writes a brief criticism of Adam Smith's notion of the individual. It's very different from the way the concept of the individual has been deconstructed, if you will, in recent decades. Marx doesn't simply say, first, that it doesn't exist. Also doesn't say, this is something European that simply is projected. What he does say is that as capitalism begins to develop, and as it tears apart older social bonds in which people were deeply embedded, you get a new kind of social relation which appears to be external to people and is just viewed as external necessity, where people can regard themselves as being self-acting individuals. His criticism of Smith is that Smith takes what is a historical product, the individual, in early capitalism, and presupposes it as something which existed all the way back. So Smith begins his account with the individual trading.
So does Smith mean an individual as an economic actor, or an individual as a self-realized human being, or what kind of is he getting at there?
A self-acting individual, acting in their own interest. If you read The Wealth of Nations carefully, when he says that humans have a propensity to truck, barter, and exchange, if you look at that very carefully, two things. First of all, he argues that humans are the only truly social animals. And he gives as an example that, forget about its empirical falsehood. His example is, if two dogs are chasing a rabbit, it looks like they're acting socially. They take turns chasing the rabbit. They chase it around in a circle until the rabbit gets tired. He says, they appear to be social, but they're not really social. How do you know? Nobody's ever seen a dog exchange a bone with another. And this only makes sense if you realize that social, and for Smith, and exchange are identical. Not that exchange is a form of social action, but is social action. So that when he tries to find out the rules of exchange, he's trying to find out the underlying anatomy of society that generates the division of labor. And then he makes a difference between real and virtual value, which the economists then threw out because they have a different object of analysis. Okay? So, the idea that exchange is the social relation presupposes that what you begin with are a number of atomized individuals, and the problem becomes, how are they going to be able to relate to one another in an ongoing way? And the issue is ongoing for Smith. It's not that he thinks people are selfish. He thinks they are dependent. But they're dependent as atoms. And Marx says, this looks a lot like the bourgeois subject in the 17th and 18th century. But Smith, instead of regarding this as a historical product, which means talking about the conditions for the emergence and constitution of this way of being in the world, Smith takes the historical product as being the origin of history. He goes back to tribal society with the individual. In this little story, what Marx is saying is that the form of social mediation in capitalism is the commodity, which means it is a fundamentally different kind of sociality than has existed in other societies. So it's not as if you've got social relations and then out there you have something, let's call it the market, let's call it exchange, let's call it capitalism. It is the social relation, but it doesn't appear to be social. The way most of us understand social. So it's a form, the commodity, to say it's a use value and a value for Marx means that it is an object and a form of mediation. And then I went over with you his category of abstract human labor, which is constitutive of one dimension, of the value dimension. And I said abstract human labor cannot be what it appears to be. It can't just be labor. If it were just labor, then it would be transhistorically valid. But it's not. And I suggested to you, I'm sorry for going into all of this, but I think this will be important later. What's interesting about it is that it appears to be only labor. If you look at his descriptions of abstract human labor, they're transhistorical. The expenditure of muscle, nerve, energy, etc., well, that's not specific to capitalism. And that is the first example of what Marx calls the fetish. That is, something which is historically specific appears to be thingly, which means transhistorical. So the mediation appears to be thinly. Later, we'll try to see what the payoff of all of this is. Right? There's always got to be a payoff within this kind of framework. Right? But it is not, you will read commentary after commentary who regards capital as disguising the real social relations, which are class relations. And I'm suggesting that if you take Marx seriously and don't read him the way the Anglo-Saxons do, as a left-wing Ricardian, that what they talk about as being fluff and underneath are the real relations, which are class relations. It's the opposite. The real relations have names like commodity and capital, and they constitute class. Not historically. Not historically, but logically, once capital is in place. Now, the different, yes?
Sorry, when you mean logically, once capitalism is in place, can you elaborate a bit more what you mean by that?
This follows from what he said in the Guru. If you want to understand the heart of capital, you don't do it by looking at its historical emergence. You don't look at first, there's been merchant capital for millennia before capital. You don't begin with merchant capital. You might if you're telling the story of how did capitalism emerge, which isn't the story he's telling here until the very last chapter. But rather, what is the essence of capital? And it's not merchant capital, and as we continue, I'll try and talk about that, okay? Remind me if I don't when I'm talking about the concept of capital, okay? I'm counting on you. Okay. So one thing in this first chapter that he begins to work through is that there are determinate ways in which what exists appear to be something else. The labor as a mediating activity appears to be labor simply as the expenditure of energy. Right, but if that were the case, then both dimensions of the commodity would be transhistorical, and that's the way a lot of Marxists read it. The other thing that we talked about was the importance of temporality, which only becomes significant much, much later in the book. But I gave you this little example of the hand loom weaving and the power loom right there in the first chapter. And I indicated to you that, first of all, he develops a category of socially necessary labor time. It is an abstract, homogeneous category, and in general, this entire first volume deals with capital as a whole, not with individual firms. That only begins to happen in the third volume. So what you've got is a structure of time which is a homogeneous whole, which is not only the measure of value, labor time, but as we're going to see, is the logical basis for the homogenization of labor. On the other hand, as we'll see in the second chapter, people are individual agents. And it's a combination of the two that mark being in the world in capitalism. I also talked about the way in which this time exerts a compulsion on people. Right? Socially necessary labor time isn't simply descriptive. How much time does it take to produce your widget? But how much time must you take if you want your widget to have full value? And I talked about this as using this example of the introduction of the power loom as being a form of domination that's impersonal. Very unlike, let's say, feudalism. It doesn't depend on persons being, ultimately, of course it does, but not ultimately. And we'll try to see why. I also pointed out to you that the peculiarity of this difference between use value and value is that when the power loom is first introduced and somebody produces twice as much, what they produce has twice the value than what the others are doing. But once everybody else, if they do, introduce the power loom, then that value drops to its original level. I call this a treadmill. But you'll notice that in the course of this treadmill, you're getting more and more goods produced, but that does not translate into more and more value. And he makes a distinction between what he calls material wealth, which is a function of the amount produced, and value. And it's very important to understand that his theory of value, unlike Smith's, is not a theory of wealth. It's a theory of, according to Marx, the form of wealth which is specific to capitalism. Which means that his notion of overcoming capitalism would involve overcoming value. Very unlike the well-known, not Marxist, but sort of left labor, Cambridge economist, 2 generations ago, Joan Robinson, who said that the labor theory of value could only really come into its own in socialism. And a lot of people, yes, because if you say that value is created by labor, period, end of story, then the problem with capitalism is that the workers don't get everything they produce, and justice would demand that the people who produce get the full benefit of what they produce. So Marxism was understood as a critique of, that is, of justice, of fairness, that capitalism is fundamentally unfair, and this depended on understanding value as well. The idea that value is historically specific is very new. I mean, it's Marxist, but very new in the understanding of Marx. Okay? One of the differences between material wealth and value is that, for Marx, value is created by labor time alone. Material wealth is the interaction of labor and nature. It's a different kind of category. And if you think that value is a transhistorical form of wealth, then it's sort of, you're getting into all sorts of issues. Well, is the production of wealth really just a function of labor time? What about, the enormous productivity of machines? And then what you have is people who, operating within this framework, say, well, yeah, it's not labor time directly. However, if you take into account the labor time that went into the production of the machine and you take into account the labor time that went into the training of the people who produced the machine, and you take into account the labor time involved in training the trainers, then they all come together. Except this is not, as I will do today, what Marx is arguing. Okay, so don't just write value is a historically specific form of wealth without getting it. That is, this is truly, for Marx, a form of wealth. It's not wealth. It's a form wealth takes in capitalism. And finally, well, I have two finallys. That little example of the power loom and the hand loom. If I double productivity, and once it becomes general, the value goes back to what it had been at the beginning. Another way of saying that is that the interaction of the material and the mediational, use value and value, is such that value is always reconstituted. So that doubling productivity does not double the amount of value produced per unit time. That would be the case no matter how high you ratchet up productivity. You could ratchet up by a factor of 1,000. You would still have the same. And he's going to try to explain something with that. As long as you don't think that this is an argument that deduces from first principles. So let's hold off as we're reading. Well, you don't have time to read because, I couldn't ask you to read this, just as preparation for reading volume 3, which is even thicker. So I'm kind of running through volume 1. Okay, so there is this temporal dimension, but the temporal dimension interacts with the use value dimension. And it's the two that create a dialectic. The basis of the dialectic is the double character of the commodity form. So what has Marx done with the term dialectic?
I've got a quick question going back real quick to...
I thought you were going to answer this.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
So hold off on your quick question first. Yeah?
Doesn't he invert the Hegelian dialectic?
Well, everybody talks about inversion. I think not. But look, at one of the hearts of traditional Marxism, when it became a Weltanschauung, a world view, is that you've got something like dialectic that applies across the board. Dialectic is somehow a universal category. And the difference between dialectical thinking and bourgeois thinking is flat and just goes straight. Dialectical thinking is, this really sophisticated dance. And you read Engels, there's the historical dialectic, starting with, Paleolithic humans. And then there's the dialectic of nature. Lukács comes along and says there's no such thing as a dialectic of nature. This is projecting what is social onto nature. That's fine. But Lukács maintained a dialectic of history. But you'll notice if I say a dialectic of history or a dialectic of nature, I have a universal method. It doesn't look like Talcott Parsons, but it's a universal method. What I'm saying here is that Marx is taking what then a lot of people talk about as the dialectic and grounding it in the dualism of capitalist forms. So he's grounding the dialectic rather than applying something called dialectic. And the first example of what that means, so that it's not simply a nice esoteric idea that, you know, those of us in the room here can share as a secret priesthood, it's not a Bronze Age concept. But rather, in a sense, he's demystifying it, A. But B, he's not saying that this is simply the product of the woolly German imaginary as expressed by Hegel, but rather that the dialectic really characterizes capitalism and it's grounded in the duality of its social forms. So what I outlined with the power loom, the hand loom power loom example, is a movement. And it's a peculiar movement because on one level, it changes something, right? From 10 yards of cloth to 20 yards of cloth. On the other level, it reconstitutes its own basis, X, the value. So if you view it only materially, you've got more and more of an output, and yet it never renders value obsolete. Value is reconstituted. To jump ahead of myself, that means that the labor that creates value is reconstituted. Does this make sense to you? I'm not saying do you agree with it. Does it make sense? This isn't easy stuff, yes?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean when you use the term reconstituted. Could you go into a little bit more detail about what that actually entails?
If I go like 10 is X, 20 at first is 2X, 20 falls back to X. This X and this X remain the same regardless of how high this goes.
So so by reconstituted, you mean goes back to an equilibrium?
It's a kind of a funny equilibrium.
Okay, so where one value changes dramatically, the first value, but the second value...
Yeah, the first value is use values. 20 yards of cloth can produce twice as much clothes as 10 yards. Right? First of all, you'll notice, and this is only the beginnings, that there's going to be a built-in pressure for increasing productivity, just on the basis of this. Right? So this is the beginning of using the notion of commodity and value. This is the beginning of, logically, of an attempt to explain why is capitalism so dynamic. It is not because Western Europeans genetically are dynamic. And it's also not, if you think about it, that Western Europeans robbed the rest of the world blind. They may have. But robbing or extracting a great deal doesn't give you a dynamic. Believe me, the Mongols robbed a lot. The Romans impoverished the entire peasantry of the Mediterranean. They just stole so much from people. But that didn't entail then, or wasn't part and parcel of a dynamism. I'm speaking analytically. Yeah, the focus on extraction is a very useful corrective to the narrative of the spread of civilization by great civilizers. You know, the British, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese. And so this is a counter-narrative, right? It's a worldwide spread of brutal thieves. It's not wrong, but that's not what this is about. Okay?
Sure.
Good.
Moishe, do you think that the commodity is dialectical? It reconstitutes the value as a social form, and in this dynamic there is a decrease of the unitary value in each commodity producer.
Yeah.
But in the total amount,
it remains the same.
Do you think that remains the same?
That's what he's arguing. And he says that in the second part of the first chapter. You double productivity, the value in each piece drops. But the total value per unit time is the same. What is determinate is time. And this is going to be very important when we get to valorization. You've been waiting to ask your question.
Oh, the other question, yes, the other question that I had was about the concept of wealth or material wealth, as you were talking about, versus value. So, for example, a machine that's working almost automatically produce a vast amount of material wealth without producing very much value. Is that correct? Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
No, it's an important clarification because a lot of people read that Marx is arguing this, but because they don't have this notion that value is, for Marx, a historically specific form, they don't get it. They say, well, for sure, this just is nonsense, so let's fight for social justice, and the theory of value has nothing to say to us. And I'm trying to say that maybe the theory of value does explain much more than a lot of people, or it's an attempt to explain much more than I think people reading Capital give him credit for. Okay?
Yeah, I have a question regarding the traditional Marxism or Weltanschauungsmarxism. As you said, they focus on exploitation, which is the reason why they kind of develop a normative theory. Would you say that the account of Marx you're giving is not normative at all, but only objective?
It's a good question, but I want to hold off on that. Okay? And I would reformulate it from the question of normativity to the question of the standpoint of critique. As an epistemological category, which we, when I reviewed the German ideology, where he says that even his critics, the young Hegelians, that he has to be able to explain the conditions for why they could think the way they do. He has to explain the conditions for why he could think the way he does. Right? And not on an individual level. Right? And in a sense, what I just told you 20 minutes ago about Adam Smith is he's not dismissing Adam Smith as a bourgeois apologist or anything like that. But rather he's saying that Smith, beginning with the category of the individual, that it is precisely the way in which things are structured in capitalism that allows him to think that. But this little treadmill, which of course raises the question of productivity, it sort of pops up. Nobody has noticed it. But it only really becomes important in the text with halfway through he has something called relative surplus value. So you have two dialectics going on in the first chapter. One is this temporal one, and the other is the value form. I'm not going to get into it in detail, but he talks about how the relative and equivalent forms interact with one another until finally, logically, you get money. And his next chapter is on money. Now, just before we get to money, what is the significance among many of dealing with capital, well, the commodity right now, as a form of social mediation? How have I characterized it? What dimension is really central to the commodity?
Value.
And value is what kind of category?
Temporal.
It's a temporal category. Marx is not beginning with a spatial definition. The forms of mediation he's dealing with are temporal, and they're not bounded. And as a matter of fact, now with the issue of money, he talks about its boundlessness. Capital, from the very beginning for Marx, as a form of mediation, is not the national economy of the British, or the national economy of the Dutch, or the national economy of the Spanish or French. It's a form of mediation. This is the way he's analyzing it. Okay?
So when you say it's a form of mediation, he means then very specifically a form of mediation between the person that's producing the commodity, the person that's buying the commodity, and the person that's selling?
Among all people.
Okay.
See, that's the thing.
Not just the people that are directly involved with
No,
producing, buying,
because
or
he's
selling?
not dealing with individual A and individual B. He's dealing about what's structuring the whole that he calls capital.
Okay.
And that whole, at least on this level of abstraction, has no spatial boundaries. I think that's very important. The degree to which what we're talking about is temporal. And many theories of the relation of Western Europe, or Western Europe and the United States, to the rest of the world begin with national economies and wealth. And then what you're left with is violence, which certainly is there. But there are too many things analytically that you can't get at with that. In this first chapter, I want to point out to you something about that there's a running, not a running gag, but a running theme that's epistemological. When he does the equivalent and relative form, he does it in the sense that the commodity as a form of mediation can express its mediational quality only by externalizing itself. Right? And one dimension appears to be pure use value and the other pure value. So it obscures the mediational character of the commodity. Now, while he's developing the relative and equivalent forms, he has a slight, he goes off on a tangent about Aristotle. And, well, I'll have to do this from memory. Aristotle says to exchange five beds for a house. You can only beds and houses are qualitatively different things. You can only exchange if qualitatively things are the same, where you're saying that the only difference is quantitative. And then he says, in other words, they have to be commensurable to be exchanged. And then Aristotle, and Marx quotes him, goes on to say, yeah, but they're not commensurable. So this is just kind of this weird thing when people exchange a bed for a house, but there is no real basis for it. And Marx goes on to say, the conditions for Aristotle, whom Marx respects a great deal, the conditions for him not being able to answer the issue of commensurability is because it was a slave society where there is radical inequality, but the inequality is inscribed in the nature of the society. He then goes on to say that the discovery of the category of value presupposed a widespread notion of general human equality, and that widespread notion becomes possible only when you have a large expansion of wage labor. So what he does there is kind of an interesting thing, which is, he says that the idea of equality in the 17th and 18th century in Western Europe does not come out of, some thinkers, does not come out of the Christian tradition. Christianity lived very well for 1,500 years without any notion of equality, but rather is a consequence of the equalization of labor that, in a sense, is seeping through society. And that becomes a kind of a background condition for people thinking that humans are equal. And that, in turn, this widespread notion that humans are equal, allows for categories like value. So it's like a three-step development. Now, I only mention it now to say that running throughout this is the whole is an epistemology. And if you recognize that, then you realize that one of the things he's tried to do in the first chapter is lay the groundwork for equality, universality, and generality as categories. This is very different than a philosopher of the sort who would ground these categories in the nature of things. These aren't in the nature of things on the one hand. On the other hand, the fact that they are socially constituted does not mean that you say, poof, they're socially constituted and they go away. Now, I say that because the next chapter is the process of exchange. And the next chapter, he says, a commodity is not merely a thing because it can't simply be taken. You have to exchange for it. Okay? Now, I'm going to have to start going faster. What he basically says is that the commodity owner then becomes imbued with the category of the commodity. Commodities cannot be exchanged. How are they? You have to contract for them. You have to exchange for them. And in that sense, they're not pure objects. You can't just take them. So if you can't take something, what value are we talking about?
Abstract.
Well, it's abstract, but it's an abstract kind of...
Exchange value?
No, I didn't mean value in that sense. I'm sorry. I just meant value in our everyday sense. Well, our commodity owner, right? Nobody can come up to the commodity owner and say, you do this. Give me what you've got. What's a feudal relationship?
Not far from slavery. There's no negotiation.
There's no negotiation. It's not slavery. You cannot sell serfs. You cannot sell them at all. Nevertheless, the serf is, happily or unhappily, tending their garden, as it were, the family of peasants, and they're, making their means of subsistence, and the Lord says what?
He says, give me some percentage of what you made, or either he comes with, soldiers, or he,
he doesn't even have to.
Yeah, they just know they have to give it, or they will not be protected.
They have to give a portion of what they produce, or another version of that is the land is divided into strips. They get to work on their strips, let's say 3 days a week, and 4 days a week they're obligated to work on the strips that are directly those of the Lord. There's no exchange there. Some commentators like to say, the Lord protected them, but in the sense of the mafia also protects you. If you don't, Chicago used to be run by protection. I'm serious. Shopkeepers gave the mafia a certain portion of what they earned.
And the mafia protected them from themselves.
The mafia said, if you don't do this, things will be bad. So we will protect you if you give us the money. But that's Chicago. They also owned all of the trucks that delivered baby diapers. The baby diaper laundry. So you'd say, this sounds so un-mafia. But it's not because they suddenly became sort of soft on babies. It's because a baby diaper truck arouses no suspicion. But anyway, so think of the lords as being a kind of, much better dressed and, better warriors. With commodity owners, this isn't the case. So what does the commodity owner, in a situation where it's generalized, what do they regard themselves as?
Laborers in a free market?
Free is the word. The first 2 chapters are, in a sense, a meta-commentary on the social origins, logically, of equality and freedom. You'll notice, however, this isn't simply an argument that equality and freedom are sort of scams. that disguise what's really at the heart of capital, which is exploitation, but rather this is an attempt at a theory which is both social and cultural, that the values of the Enlightenment are rooted in the modes of interaction, of mediation, that Marx is analyzing as being at the heart of capital. Okay? He then pursues, he has this chapter on money, and it's a beautiful dialectical chapter. I'll just run through it very quickly, just to give you an indication of what he does. There are two themes. One is how the commodity as a mediation seems to drop out. He starts with money as measure. And he indicates that both quantitatively and qualitatively, money doesn't seem to be an expression of the value of the commodity. It doesn't seem to be. Then he examines what he calls means of circulation, and he says both quantitatively and qualitatively, money seems to be the mediation, and commodity the object. What I mentioned already. So you have objects that are being mediated. Then, the mediation appears to be something without any value at all, paper money. So then value as mediation drops out. And finally, with means of payment, you exchange based on, I will pay you later. The mediation itself drops out, and it seems to be convention. So what he does is step by step indicate how the double character of the commodity in the unfolding of the money form, its double character no longer is available to immediate perception. So if you start from immediate perception, you're never going to get there. And then, so that theme in the chapter is he starts with commodity as mediation and tries to show how first the commodity, then value just drop out. The whole idea of mediation drops out, and it seems to be convention, contract and convention. So it's not that he was unaware of these things. So when you're dealing with someone like Marx, you can't just go to your everyday experience and say, hey, I have this deal with my landlord that at the beginning of every month I will pay him, but I can live in the month, during that month, up to then. Or you take out a loan or something like that, and you say, none of this works. Marx was dealing with primitive exchange developed by not Paleolithic, Neolithic people. And then there's a reversal, and this is going to get us set up with the category of capital. He has two categories that are impossible to translate into English. One is called Formwechsel, a transformation of form, and the other is called Stoffwechsel, a transformation of stuff, of material. And that's translated in the English as metabolism, but then nobody can understand what the hell he's talking about. Because in fact, Stoffwechsel, among many meanings of the German word, also means metabolism. Now, what he says is, with his theory of value, that if you've got a commodity, the value in this, you trade the commodity for money. Your wage, for example. You take the money and you buy a commodity. This is commodity one, this is commodity two. You don't take potatoes to market, get money with which you buy potatoes. This is like not understanding the concept. There is a qualitative difference between one and two, correct? He says that the transformation of form, you have a commodity, the money is actually the value of this commodity in a different form. It's a form you can carry in your pocket. And then you take it and you get a different form. But what underlies all of this is the flow of value. It's just that value is changing its form. What capital is, according to Marx, is you start with money, you exchange it for, it's actually commodities, raw material, buildings, workers. And you come out with money. Now, here, the difference between C1 and C2 is qualitative. Right? The goal is a qualitative one. Here, what is the qualitative difference between M and M?
The amount.
The amount. So there is no qualitative difference, it's only quantitative. So why would you do this?
More money
Yeah. I mean, I've got $1,000, I'm going to invest it, and I'm really happy I got $1,000 out of it. You say, I should be happy I didn't lose. So it's M prime. And once you have that M prime, what do you do in capitalism? You reinvest. You do not just buy yourself a country estate and retire. Correct? Do you stop? No. Now, earlier in the chapter on money, he says money is the value dimension of the commodity. And it generates, logically speaking, a desire for more money. And he calls it hoarding. Now, the difference between a hoarder and a capitalist, according to Marx, he calls a hoarder a mad capitalist who thinks that as long as you hold on to everything, you don't lose. The capitalist knows that you have to throw money out into circulation in order to get more. Now, capitalism is based on more. Logically speaking, in a second, logically speaking, money is boundless. However, this logic of boundlessness is limited by the amount of money available. So logically speaking, this is not historical. capital becomes the logical conclusion of this tendency in money. Capital is boundless. It's limitless. The logic of capital is boundless expansion. There are no limits. This is logically entailed by the idea of wealth being temporal. Right? If wealth is material, there is a boundedness. If wealth is, if it's material, there's a boundedness. If it's temporal, its logic is boundlessness. Right? Or Weber, who read Marx, characterized capitalism not as private ownership, but as the pursuit of profit and ever renewed profit. Ever renewed profit. That's this. MCM prime, C double M, or M double prime, etc., etc., etc. And to jump way ahead, historically, if capital's tendency is boundlessness, but it always is going to be based on materiality, that means the logic is going to be a tension between the boundlessness of the capital form and the boundedness of its sources of raw materials. That's in the logic itself. So what happens here is that in the first equation, the goal, I said qualitative. The goal is Stoffwechsel. It's a transformation of stuff. I have a potato and I come back with a pencil. Right? My potato has changed its form. So the form Wechsel is a means to effect Stoffwechsel. In the second equation, Stoffwechsel becomes a means, form Wechsel becomes the end. So you have a reversal of means and ends. And people still seem to think of money, for example, as simply a means of exchange. You were going to ask a question.
Yeah, there are two forms of exchange in the doing that. The first one, I mean, the commodity to commodity form of exchange happened in a society that is not capitalist,
No.
but has money.
No. Yeah, but that's not really important. The people who really are engaged in this, in capitalist society, are most people. Right? Most people have a commodity, and most people tend to be working for wages. They have a commodity, their labor power. They exchange it in order to be able to buy their means of consumption. I mean, money does exist beforehand, but it's not universal. But a lot of people then think that that's what capital is. And that isn't what capital is. So what gives rise to this surplus?
Extraction from labor.
Okay. He argues the surplus cannot arise from exchange. For an individual merchant, yes. An individual merchant can buy things cheap and sell them dear. But for society as a whole, that's impossible, according to Marx. Society as a whole cannot buy cheap and sell dear. It just doesn't work. He argues that there is one commodity that can be constitutive of value, and that's labor power. He makes a distinction between labor and labor power. Labor is a capacity. Labor power is the value of the worker's reproduction. Capitalism is based on the difference between the amount of value produced by labor and the value of the labor power. Okay, so it looks like it's a theory of exploitation, period. And it is a theory of exploitation in part, but not period. We've got to finish after the break. You agree? Okay, but look, I'm doing this in part because all of this is going to be obscured by the processes he looks at in volume 2 and 3. And a lot of people don't see it that way. So it's important for me to try to indicate to you just what is going on in volume 1. Now, toward the end of this, two small things. With money, he talks about different determinations of money. It's not just a simple thing. And how each more complex determination of money really essentially hides the nature of money and the mediation. He ends, and this is significant, and this already was suggested when I mentioned it not being spatially bounded. The end of the chapter analyzing money in a preliminary way is world money. It's in the world market, he says, that money first functions to its full extent as commodity whose natural form is also directly the social form of realization of human labor in the abstract. It's only in the world market that its mode of existence becomes adequate to its context. This is not an analysis simply of Great Britain. In the next section, which we began to talk about, where he does the transformation of money into capital, that was the CMC versus the MCM. And he talks about labor as being the source of the surplus. And he says that the surplus cannot come from circulation because the society as a whole cannot buy cheap and sell dear. And then he introduces capital, which he calls self-valorizing value. And it's here that the category of value suddenly becomes important in ways that go far beyond what are the relative exchange values when I exchange my widget for your pair of boots, which is where a lot of people start. So he's using the categories from commodity to begin to explain what capital is. Because after all, the name of the book is Capital. What is implied by the notion of self-valorizing value?
Value that creates more of itself.
Okay, and therefore, what name do we give? What is involved in that? And I don't mean on the ground. Just if you hear a term like self-valorizing value. It's automatic. More. You were going like this. What does this mean?
Circular.
Is that circular? That MCM prime, CM double prime, CM triple prime. Is that circular?
Expansion.
Expensive. No, not expensive. It's
Expansive.
linear, right?
It's a difference between expensive and expansive.
Yeah. This is
Right? Expansive, it's expanding.
expensive. Yeah,
Right.
Not expensive. But it's expensive too.
It's expanding, but is it expanding like a balloon expands?
Like a spiral expands.
A spiral. Okay, so spiral doesn't go in a circle, but
Down.
no, it doesn't go down.
Upward spiral.
Yeah. You only have that choice.
It implies kind of I have trouble grasping it other than that it must imply that value in itself has a kind of duality in order to be self, because there's some sort of like reflexivity implied in it. No?
Yes, because it's the difference between two values.
Okay.
Right? It's an exchange of labor power for labor. One is a value creating capacity, and the other is the value of the commodity, labor power.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, it's an exchange, which is an exchange involving value. Right? Because we're only talking about that exchange which is constitutive of the surplus, according to Marx. The surplus is an ongoing process, right? It's not a one-time shot. It's an ongoing process. You can call it expansion, and we'll see later you can also call it acceleration. Now, he does a peculiar thing here that I know some of the old Bolsheviki said you should ignore. Do you remember I told you in the very first chapter, when Marx introduces value, he introduces abstract human labor as the substance of value. And in English, you don't see when he uses the word substance and when he uses just material and when he uses content. Those are all the same thing. But he uses substance only when he talks about abstract human labor. And then suddenly when he introduces capital, the category, he uses a very obscure description by Hegel in the phenomenology. He refers to capital as the self-moving substance that is subject. Several of you are shaking your head, others are kind of frowning. Hegel describes the Geist, the world's spirit, with exactly that language. History for Hegel is the unfolding of the world spirit. It's not accidental that Marx is using this language. It's not the kind of language that you just kind of wake up with and, throw around. So it's very conscious. But what does it imply for him to say that? That capital is the self-moving substance that is subject.
It's referring to a kind of all-encompassing dynamic of world history, at least. Just if Geist was the same function, or had the same function in Hegel.
Okay, so what's the difference? What is he calling Geist here?
Capital?
Is capital a principle of the unfolding of history writ large?
I suppose not, but if the world becomes capitalist, maybe?
Is that a matter of, yes, but is that a matter of history before capitalism? No. What he is suggesting is that Hegel got it right and wrong. A, there is something like the Geist. There is an unfolding, a historical unfolding. B, it's historically specific. What Hegel presupposed as being a transhistorical principle of history, Marx is saying yes and no. There is this dialectical unfolding, but it's capital, not the Geist. It's historically specific. So Hegel's philosophy of history is not thrown out the window, but rather is historicized. That's number one. In a sense, this book, very frequently the idea is that what Marx did is he took British political economy, German philosophy, and French political sensibilities, French political theory, and combined them. No. What he does is, in each case, he writes a critique of them from a standpoint that incorporates them, but explains why what is specific to history, to capital, they think is valid transhistorically. So two of the most important interlocutors in this book are Adam Smith and Hegel. And it's a very different critique of Hegel than in his early writings that everybody knows about, that you take Hegel and you turn him on his head. And what was ideal actually becomes people. If he says that capital is the Geist, what do the Geist and capital have in common? They're dialectical. But what are they not?
Well, if Geist is transhistorical and capital is specific to a certain point of history, then that's kind of breaking the whole code.
That's part of it. But what do they have in common? Otherwise, why even bother? Yes?
I mean, they're not human persons, right?
Right. In neither case are they human subjects. So what Marx is saying is that the unfolding of capital is like Geist, or a better way of putting it is, Hegel was right, that to the degree to which you have an unfolding of history, it's not because of human agents, because that would be random. And Marx is saying Hegel's right and wrong. That in a funny way, you know, it used to be that people thought, looking at the young Marx, that the problem with Hegel is that he makes ideal what is really material. So you have a kind of an anthropological reversal, right? You show that it's really human beings. And Marx is saying, not so fast. What's rational about Hegel is his idealism. By which I mean that there is a logical structure of unfolding that, although created by humans, and that's the difference between Geist and Capital, created by humans has a quasi-independent existence and is abstract. So, in both cases, Marx is saying, both cases, I mean Smith and Hegel, Smith's notion of the individual is a misrecognition that is not that the individual, the atomized individual who lives through exchange doesn't exist, but it's a feature of capitalist society. And let me explain why Smith could think the way he does. That's what he means by fetish. Fetish isn't simply, oh, that's terrible. You know, people think the fetish of commodities is you walk into a department store and there's so many commodities. That's not what it's about. Yeah?
Could you clarify what you mean by quasi-independent? How's that different to pure independent? What do you mean by?
If it was purely independent, it would just exist free of humans. But it doesn't. It's created by humans, but it exerts a form of necessity on them. Yeah.
So capital as the Geist, or in contradistinction to the Hegelian Geist, I'm having trouble understanding how this fits in with idealism, materialism as a thing. I understand how you can say Hegel is idealist, and people say that Marx is materialist. Capital is not exactly a thing.
That's right.
It's a. In fact, he says capital is not a thing. I think that's a sentence in there somewhere.
Probably.
So,
if it's not a sentence in there, it could very well be.
Right. So, is your in what sense is Marx a materialist if he is one? I guess.
Yeah.
Like compared to Hobbes, you know.
Well, he's not a materialist like Hobbes, and that's one of the points. And this starts when he's young, and a lot of people don't pay attention to it. He argues against both materialism and idealism. He's trying to get beyond that. Unfortunately, occasionally he used the word materialist, and he was naive enough to believe that people would understand he means social. He means social. He does not mean anthropological, and he certainly does not mean materialist in the sense of matter. You know, Hobbes tries to derive human behavior from matter in the sense of almost like atomic theory. You know, early brain science.
It hasn't gotten any better since then, really.
I agree. But Marx is trying to do something else. He's trying to say that what's peculiar about capitalism isn't simply that you've got a lot of people making a lot more money than everybody else. That in itself does not really distinguish capitalism from a lot of other societies, but rather you've got this weird form of social mediation that generates a dynamic where that dynamic cannot be explained in terms of human agency, except for the fact that humans are constrained and are subject to imperatives that are abstract. They're humanly created, but they're abstract. And he says that in a sense, Hegel's kind of idealism, not Berkeley's, Hegel's kind of idealism grasps that, understands that, to the degree to which Enlightenment materialists don't. That's the way I'm reading this. And he's signaling here, because it's no longer, Hegel got it backwards. It's rather, what are the conditions for Hegel thinking the way he did? And at the same time, narrowing it. So, a lot of people argue very strongly against Hegel, like more recently, because it's taken as simply an ideology of legitimation for the domination by the West. If you take Hegel and you make it historically specific, and you see that what this dynamic is not the triumphal march of history, but is the unfolding of a form of domination. But it's unlike the way most people think of domination. Marx, long before Foucault, thinks that this form of domination is generative as well as oppressive. However, I think one of the differences is that when Foucault talks about power being generative, I find that extremely indeterminate. Here, this is an attempt, we're only at the very beginning of a long journey. This is an attempt to be much more determinate. Yes? A little louder, please.
Okay. You said that capitalist self-moving substance that is as subject.
Mm-hmm.
I have difficulty understanding the term subject.
Yeah, what he's saying, and this is a provocation, is that the degree to which one can speak of the subject of history, when history is a logical unfolding, it's capital. See, a lot of people would argue the real subject of history are humans. And capitalism is this miasma that should be just blown away to see that humans are the subject of history. And Marx is basically saying that although capital is constituted by humans, it dominates them, and B, the fact that you can deal with a history, not history in general, as having a logic is an indication that what you don't have is historical agency. If there was historical agency, there would not be a logic. Unless you thought that all humans, would just think alike. So the very existence of a logic implies a diminution of agency. That what is agentive in capitalist societies, individual, that are constrained by constraints that they just take to be natural. They're in the order of things. So you have individual agency, but not historical agency. And in a sense, overthrowing capital would allow humans to be agents, to be truly agents, but if they were truly agents, history no longer would have a logic. Things would presumably be decided politically. Politics would do what people think it does now. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to show a lot of things follow one should take seriously this notion of historical specificity of the categories. And what characterized much, not all, but much Marxism was not seeing this dimension, which in a sense, I think, robs Marx of what makes him as powerful a social analyst as he was. Sort of flattened out by a lot of Marxism, and then triply flattened out by opponents of Marxism. There were hands coming up here. Okay. Now, it's only when I was surprised some of you didn't ask why in the first chapter, when he talks about there's a common denominator that makes things commensurable, why didn't he just go to utility, right? Basically, those are your two possibilities, right? Labor and utility. And a lot of people refuse to see, a lot of people who defend, they think they're defending Marx, don't see that he doesn't mention utility in the first chapter. So in a sense, the first chapter does not justify itself. When, however, he introduces the concept of capital, there in a footnote he talks about utility, that it's inadequate. So why in the chapter where he introduces capital would he mention utility? Which incidentally is an idea that long antedates Marx. It's not something that is first developed by marginal utility.
Mill? He talks about Mill a lot as a political economist.
Sure he does. But why would that be?
I mean, you wrote utilitarianism, right?
Why? No, that's Bentham.
Oh, that's Bentham? Oh.
Why would utility, just looking at the structure, the formal structure of the book as an argument, why would utility emerge in the section where he introduces capital and not in the first chapter?
Utility has always kind of sounded a lot like need to use value.
Right.
But, I mean, potentially more ethical divergences between the idea of utility and use value. So,
what is one of the attributes of capital? One of its central attributes. This is what I began with right after the break.
Self-valorizing.
Self-valorizing. So what have we introduced here with the category of capital?
Does it have to do with measure? That where utility has stood as a measure, now Marx is, I mean, basically what would replace the idea of utility as measurement would be capital rather than commodity? No.
What is it that utility is not good? That's your point of departure. Why choose labor rather than utility? And why introduce it now rather than introduce it on the third page of chapter 1 and cause so many readers of Marx to tie themselves into pretzels?
Is it because it's historically specific to capitalism?
And what is the character of capital? Self-valorizing value, what does that imply? We're going back. Talk about spirals.
Logic?
A logic, but a logic of? See, there's no spiral there. That's just a closed circle. What is implied by the notion of self-valorizing value, or MC M prime, C M double prime, C M triple prime?
You get utility from the valorization process?
No, forget about utility. You get a dynamic.
That's abstract.
But there's surplus coming from somewhere.
There's surplus, and the surplus drives further surplus. He claims, or suggests with his footnote, utility cannot explain the dynamic. It could explain simple exchange. And if you read the first chapter simply as simple exchange, and it is labor, somebody else could say, why not utility? And the answer usually is, because it's labor. Which leads to the response, why not utility? The real heart of this is the dynamic. And that's already contained in Nietzsche when value is a function of socially necessary labor time. Not of stuff produced, not of stuff consumed. That, of course, will play a role. There's no point in producing a lot of stuff if nobody's going to buy it. He's not interested in the first volume just in this circularity. It's going to be in the second volume, is circulation. But a lot of people think the first volume is production, the second is circulation, as if these are equivalent things, and they're not. The first is the logic. The second is how in the real world circulation disguises the logic. So it's a very complex structure. But my point is simply that he only introduces the notion of utility when he introduces the notion of capital, because if logically we're only speaking about simple exchange, you could say, why not utility? But once you see or understand that the category of commodity is the seed form of capital, use value, value, and that the two interacting together are generative of a dynamic, then the question of utility is posed very differently. It becomes a challenge. Can you explain the dynamic of capital using utility as your point of departure? Marx suggests you cannot. Yeah.
So the idea then is that Marx, when he was starting out, or not necessarily when he was starting out, but when he's developing this idea of labor as the fundamental for this dynamic, he sees the dynamic in capitalism. He says capitalism is accelerating. You know, there's this transformation. Well, I don't know if he's got the transformation from M to M prime yet, but he's observing this dynamic, and then he says utility can't account for that.
Yeah.
So that's why he settles on labor instead of utility.
But it's not labor, it's a commodity.
Okay.
It's not labor. You'll notice two things. First of all, when he wrote the Grundrisse, he began with money. It's in the course of working through the 900 pages, it's really work. That I think I mentioned this to you. The very last page, he says, let's start again, and we're going to start with the commodity. And it's with that, it's the dual character of the commodity that gives it its instability, or if I can use one of Adorno's more obscure, or at least one of his obscure formulations, it's the identity of identity and non-identity. But this is all grounded now. These aren't metaphysical concepts. Marx is grounding metaphysics. Yeah.
Identity and what you just said? I don't get it. Can you try that one slow? I don't know what that means.
It is the identity of identity. The commodity is two in one. Right? It is both a product and a form of social mediation. And he tries to derive a huge amount from the simultaneity of two. It is a heterogeneous unity, and it is unstable in a determinate way. It doesn't just dissolve; it unfolds.
When you say identity and non-identity, you mean qualitative identity and non-identity? I mean, so the commodity is...
Yeah.
Right. So qualitatively, all commodities
are the same. They're all
same.
Values.
Right. They're all values.
As use values, they're all different.
Okay.
They're
That's
both.
Okay. Yeah.
And if you started with money, in a way you would miss this dialectic. Okay, but if you read the Grundrisse, it's really telling that he's, at the end, he says, let's start from the beginning. And it's a commodity. So this was a process of discovery. You know, you sit and you work for a long time, you come up with ideas. Sometimes they're worthwhile. Yeah.
When you say utility, do you mean, does it mean the same as Adam Smith's utility? Or?
No, because Adam Smith actually is a labor theory. Value is a function of labor in Smith. He doesn't have a notion of socially necessary labor time, so he has no way of quantifying this. But it's a labor theory. Ricardo's a labor theory.
In case of that, does Marx define utility in any way?
No, he doesn't define it because he thinks, for purposes of what he's interested in, which is, I'm channeling, I'm telling you what I think he thinks, and I'm not sure, okay? Utility is irrelevant for this dynamic. I mean, it is true that if you produce at a higher level and nobody's going to buy it, in other words, people think it has no utility, you crash. But he's not dealing with individual capital in this book. He's dealing with the social totality. And it is a totality. A totality is not the same thing as a whole. A totality means that the part and the whole are identical. An idea that Althusser hated. But Marx says, in a sense, this is what value is. It's homogeneous. You can't have a totality of pure use value. You have a mass of stuff. And if you live in a commodity-producing society, I don't mean on the margins, but where it is central, without even thinking about it, you're used to thinking of almost everything simultaneously in terms of use value and value, whether you realize it or not. You know, on an immediate level, it might be the quality of something and the price. So this becomes a mode of everyday practice within certain forms that can become generative of certain ways of thinking about the world. Because this is almost on a subliminal level. Yeah.
Clarification question. So I'm still trying to remember, what does utility mean in a Marxian framework?
It doesn't, because he's not using it.
So then...
It's not a measure of anything for him.
So then what would the word you would use to describe like the kick that people get out of accumulating capital endlessly? People get something.
No, they don't get, they may get a kick, but the main thing is they have to. Look, just on a very simple level. It used to be, and this is probably just a just so story, you had a business and you made a certain amount of profit, and that was okay. As long as you maintained a certain amount of profit that was acceptable to you. The more things become dependent on socially total forms and are dependent on, let's say, investing, what are money managers looking for?
Maximization of profits.
Yeah, even though they could be tiny differences. So suddenly, if you are producing tractors in Illinois, you're not just competing with tractors. You're competing with everything that is generative of profits. This is irrelevant whether you have a kick out of it or not. It doesn't depend on you having a kick. You could hate it. This is not a matter of individual subjectivity. Does this make sense? Yeah? Okay. We've got to continue. We're going to move to the process of production. On the threshold of moving to the process of production, he says, for now we're going to leave the sphere of circulation. The sphere of circulation is that of the innate rights of man, freedom, equality, property, and Bentham, is his little formulation. The harmony of the public and the private, Adam Smith. And we're going to move into production. Right? The hidden abode. Now, this is generally meant, look, as long as you're out in the meadows of circulation, the sun is shining. The hidden abode, you're into the dark factory and where the workers are getting squeezed. And the rest of the book is just the workers are getting squeezed. So the book is understood as, on the one hand, you have these free market people. On the other hand, what's really going on is exploitation. And I think that's false. The sphere of circulation, the sphere of circulation is not where the dynamic takes place. The focus on production is a focus on the historical dynamic of capital. That's where the surplus is created. Of course, there's exploitation and oppression involved, but that's not his central point. Where circulation, there's no directionality. That's A. B, you'll notice, and he does it always just by the side, or people just take it as a sharp-tongued polemic. He really is saying that these values are historically generated. And they're historically generated by modes of practice, but not just immediate practice. But what defines the whole society, it's not a matter of progress. It's not a matter of the Western tradition, so if you really want to understand it, go back to the pre-Socratics, where you get this long line. You don't have a long line in Marx. You have a break. So capitalism and the Enlightenment go hand in hand. This is one example of it being generative. The Enlightenment in the sense of concepts of personhood, concepts of rationality, notions that you don't want to be governed by things that appear to you to be merely traditional, but that they should have a reason behind them. They themselves should be organized in a transparent, rational way. With, if you read Smith, a really strong emphasis on transparency. That's why he hates patents. Okay? So now we're moving to the sphere of production. Yes?
So the break, is that hourly wage labor? The institution of hourly wage labor? Is that what the event that constitutes the break?
I don't think there's an event.
Or
there's the way I think, because if you read the last chapter, suddenly contingent, the last chapter is the history of the emergence of capital. And him putting it at the end should, for any alert reader who's ever looked at the structure of a text, should know that what this means is that commodity, money, capital is not intended as a historical account. It's very logical, whereas the historical account, there's a lot of contingency involved. And that's called a primitive accumulation, which doesn't mean primitive. A mistranslation. It should be original accumulation. How does this thing come into being? And there are a number of factors, land enclosures, etc., etc. So the way I see it is you've got a range of contingent factors. You know, the development of certain kind of finance, first in Venice and Genoa, then going up to the Netherlands, going over to England with the Bank of England. You have a transformation of the mode of subsistence of large numbers of people. And this doesn't happen automatically. You know, feudal society is falling apart, the social structure. And Henry VIII, I think it was, not the 7th, but one of the Henrys, I mean, they're hanging about 15,000 vagabonds a year. They just don't know what to do with these masses of people who no longer are peasants because of the land enclosures. It's not that automatically this population, which is surplus in the sense of they no longer are rooted where they were as peasants with land enclosures, which clears the land so that the landlord can replace people with sheep, right? And not because they love sheep, but because they become raw material providers for textile manufacturing in the Low Countries, in Belgium, what today, Belgium and the Netherlands. Right, so you have a number of things. At some point, they lock into place. And it doesn't happen on October the 4th, etc. You have a number of significant developments. Once they lock into place, you have this automaton. You have capital. So there is no, within the framework of this reading, there is no necessary development from feudalism to capitalism. Any more than there was a necessary development from slavery to feudalism. This was the way it was always read. And then you have these scholars, in other parts of the world worrying about, whether Japan at a certain point was feudal, wasn't feudal, did it develop from something early, all these debates, which are within a framework that I find very unhelpful. It's one thing to really try to discover, what made this society or that society tick. And maybe with modern lenses, we can see aspects that the natives didn't see themselves, Durkheimian position. But once you forget about, and most people teach the German ideology as a stage theory of history as well. There aren't all of these stages. Retrospectively, you may claim that they are, although I'm not sure that it is a step forward going from the Western Roman Empire to the Dark Ages for 400, 500, 600 years. History seems to have taken a leap backward. In the East, it's different, but the East was much more populous, and the Roman Empire didn't fall until 1453. I think that's the right date. Mm-hmm. Right? Constantinople?
Yes.
So if a capitalist society has this kind of inbuilt interlocking logic that is a necessary thing that drives the social whole in a certain direction, would feudal society have,
no.
It wouldn't have had a logic like that?
No. No. There's no ongoing development in feudalism. There are some things, you have some changes with any society. You have some changes that do make a difference, but there isn't ongoing development necessarily.
So something like technological improvement doesn't necessarily constitute a logical dynamic progression, right? That's
because you don't have ongoing technological improvement. You just don't.
Yeah.
You have some technological changes.
Yeah, that's why we wouldn't say that feudalism is the same type of progressive dynamic that capitalism has, correct?
Right, because most people, they hear dynamic logic, these are hypostatized. Well, do they exist? Don't they exist? This is an attempt to say, well, yeah, capitalism really is dynamic, but let me try to ground that dynamism and explain its character. That's very different from saying, I'm surfing on the wave of history, and I'm going to make it. Other people don't understand history, they're not going to make it. This says, I'm explaining the wave. Yeah.
I was just trying to relate what you were saying earlier about, this is capital being a subject, a quasi-independent subject,
mm-hmm.
to the idea that there is no necessity but directionality. And I was kind of, trying to relate these two things and position human agency
mm-hmm.
Within it. So because you said human agency is being constrained, but it's not dismissed in the end, right?
No, of course it's not dismissed.
So where can I position human agency? And
what I'm saying is you're reifying agency and structure, and I'm trying to get away from that.
Mm-hmm.
If one will, it's practices that reconstitutes the structure. But it's not simply the notion of structure itself reified. This has a determinate character. And when we talk about, finally, the limit of the working day, I'll say something about not just agency, but self-understanding with regard to the working class in 1848. And that's the first time that class gets introduced. You'll notice all of this, not only don't we have just individual people making decisions, it's not driven at this point by class. That's a subordinate category. That's what a lot of people don't get about the theory here. Agency depends on people's self-understanding. They are inseparable from Marx. Yeah.
Maybe one additional question. And does this insight have to do with the fetish? Like this, overcoming of the dichotomy between agency and structure?
As long as you have value, you're going to have both. The dualism of agency and structure is going to be reconstituted over and over and over again. Right? It's not a structure in the sense that somebody programmed something in 1619, and ever since, it's on automatic pilot. Where then oppositional are like hackers, and they're going to break in. When he starts, we're moving now to the process of production. And he calls the chapter the production of absolute surplus value. And he talks about the process of production as being dual, just like the commodity. On the one hand, you have a labor process. A labor process is matter transformed by humans using tools for a determinate end. Now, a lot of people forget that the text is an unfolding. They cherry pick Marx and they say, oh, they jump in. He says something like, is it a bee? I forget whether it's a bee or a spider, probably a bee. That bees create, and in that sense, they labor. But the difference is that humans have the end goal already as a conception. It's a kind of a teleological activity. The human producer has a goal. I want to chop down that tree, so I am going to first make myself a flint. And with that flint, I am going to chop down the tree, and I'm going to take that wood and do something with it. Now, what most people don't realize when they read this is this is his logical point of departure, because in the next 300 pages, all of these terms are reversed. You cannot read Marx and stop at any point. Just like most people just read the first chapter and they have no clue about the dynamic. The process of production is simultaneously, just as the commodity is simultaneously a value and a use value, the process of production is simultaneously a labor process, but it's also a valorization process. Now, he begins to use weird language when he talks about the valorization process. What is value again?
Self-valorizing substance, which is subject.
That's capital. Just what is?
Say socially necessary labor time, but I don't understand.
No, it's socially necessary labor time, right?
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
So, as a valorization process, what is the process of production supposed to produce?
Commodities.
Surplus.
Commodities viewed how?
Dually.
Okay, commodities produce dually. So you decide that it is actually a very good idea next year to start producing tanks. Okay? What else is involved? Why would you produce tanks? Other than, of course, patriotic feeling.
To accumulate surplus. less value?
Because they're useful for somebody?
Well, that's a condition, but you don't produce them because they're useful. You produce them because you're going to make a profit.
Yeah, but, okay, yeah.
Okay? Look, you just using Marx's categories. Production is not only for the goal of producing widgets, that is what it is as a labor process. As a valorization process, which is simultaneous. Its goal is the production of value, of as much value as possible, right? Value, however, is time, okay? So viewed as a valorization process, what is the raw material of the valorization process? Yeah, what kind of time?
Abstract.
Yes. The raw material is human labor time. Suddenly, what had been the subject in looking at the labor process, 5 pages later, is raw material. And he uses really weird language. If you're going to view it only in terms of time, the actual material, raw materials and tools are sponges to absorb time. What he's going to do in tracing out the nature of production is the way in which the valorization process puts its stamp on the labor process itself. That the labor process itself is molded socially by the valorization process. So that you cannot understand capitalist production if you only view it in material terms. And this is where it gets to be weird. But this is where suddenly the temporal dimension is going to start coming into its own. And we're about a third of the way through the book. Okay? So, yes?
So when you talk about temporal nature to the concept of value, or the temporalization of value, do you just mean that this process takes place over time?
No.
Okay, so what exactly then are you
the process is to create a surplus of value. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean it takes place over time, but what it's, and I want you, this is a very difficult concept. What it's producing is time. The stuff that it produces are important as embodiments of time.
Of labor time?
Yes, of labor time.
Okay. Because
they're not just embodiments of labor. Mm-hmm. They're embodiments of labor time. I know this sounds very paradoxical. I mean, basically what he's saying is that capitalism is ghostly.
Is what?
Ghostly. Of course, the word ghost and the German word Geist are very interrelated.
But then it's not just time, it's labor time.
Of course, it's just, well, how are you going to produce? You produce, not measure. So look, I want you, what he's tried to set up, and it's really difficult, not in the sense of you read somebody very difficult, but the idea is very difficult. What he's saying is, in spite of appearances, the real goal of production in capitalism is not the widgets, or the tanks, or the butter. It's the amount of labor time they embody. So the real goal is a production of, is the absorption of labor time, right? And more labor time than is required for the reproduction of the workers. Okay? Yeah.
Is this because in a firm, or I guess a producing firm, that money is always coming in and going out, so they're trying to save time?
No, well, first of all, one of the things that makes this very difficult, one of the many things that makes this difficult to understand, is he's really not talking on a firm level. It seems as if he is, but he's not. He's talking about society as a whole. So he's talking about what drives capitalism as a whole. And the issue of time really is central to it. I mean, I squeezed a lot out of that little T1, T2, T3, but here it starts to come into its own. And I'll elaborate on that. But I just want you to see that this is very far already from saying, okay, circulation, you have value, and people are skipping out in the agora, and the sun is shining, and everybody is free and equal, etc. And now we're in, the dark satanic mills, where workers are getting exploited. It's that, but it goes far beyond that. That society as a whole has a very peculiar dynamic, and that dynamic has to do with the simultaneity in production of the production of goods, the labor process, and the production of value. And what's interesting, in his discussion of the valorization process, and then I'll stop here, he ends by talking about surplus value. And of course, everybody jumps on that. But most of that section is the implications of what does it mean to produce for value, and this kind of reversal that goes on. Surplus value just continues it. If I may just summarize this, most people who have been concerned with what they regard as being the heart of the book Capital, which is surplus value, focus on it being a surplus, but not that it's a surplus of value, of a temporal form of wealth. It's not simple. People say, well, surplus value means it doesn't appear overt. So people don't know they're exploited. But it goes far beyond that. So most of this chapter is written, what does it mean to produce value? And surplus value means we produce that a little longer. But the reversal, where the human laborer, rather being the subject with a telos in mind, is the raw material. It sounds like a weird metaphor, but if we follow it, you're going to see how this metaphor becomes materialized.
Can you say metaphor again? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Can you repeat what you just said just then?
I have no idea what I just said. I'm serious. I'm kind of just talking. What was it you didn't get? Then I'll remember what it said.
Metaphor, raw material, telos, those were the words.
That the worker themselves are being used as raw material.
That thing.
Yeah, well, if you view it as a labor process, the worker is a teleologically oriented subject who uses materials for the end of a preconceived goal, whatever that goal is. In the valorization process, if you understand that he's dealing with value as a form of wealth, and he has defined value in terms of labor time, then the hidden purpose of the process is to absorb labor time. So that the human, viewed from the worker, viewed from the perspective of labor process, is a subject who has a telos in mind when they act. In the valorization process, they're not even object, they're raw materials. They become simply bearers of time, of labor time. And the tools are not tools for the production of a determinate end, but are means of absorbing labor time, so that the product is going to contain more labor time than that which the worker gets in return for their labor power, right? So the surplus is a surplus of time within value theory, of course. Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the difference between this and an understanding of the modern as like accelerated rationalization or something like that. Can you help me?
Sure. The modern as accelerated rationalization is a description. It's not inaccurate. This is an attempt to explain both the rationalization and the acceleration.
These categories can account for the rationalization.
That's what they're trying to do. So it's not that they're opposed. It's one is descriptive and the other at least attempts to be explanatory. Otherwise, you end up with the modern being either some kind of weird inevitable result, or being because, of a few thinkers, master thinkers. And then we've got to overthrow the master narratives that the master thinkers are coming up with. It's the sort of thing that philosophers would imagine, the independence of thought and everything derives from that. It's part of my prejudice about the French educational system. We're halfway through, but we're going to, I think we've now established the basis. And everything else follows from what we've established. Okay? So I apologize for those who have prepared a report, but especially for those of you who have not done volumes 1 and 2 with me, volume 2 will go faster, much faster. I didn't think that we could really start with volume 3 if you didn't understand already what I had done or was doing or trying to do with 1 and 2, because it's a different read. Okay? Next week? Or to be continued?
We'd like to thank you for listening and invite you to listen to Moishe's other lectures and engagements. What follows is a lecture given by Moishe Postone on January 26, 2017, in his Capital seminar at the University of Chicago.
Okay, I hope you're not going to find this frustrating. I found it very illuminating for me, because it indicated to me how much more work I had to do on the first volume. Because the way I read Capital, the second and third volumes are not only, well, here he did production in volume 1, and now we're going to deal with circulation in volume 2, and we're going to put them together in volume 3, which is correct. However, what he also is doing is trying to indicate why circulation, when coupled with production, veils what Marx developed in volume 1. The whole thing is an exercise in what he calls the fetish, and what we could call forms of misrecognition that are based in reality themselves. Now, what makes this a very complex work, and if you'll excuse this, I don't think that 93% of readers of Marx have gotten this, including most of the well-known people writing about reading Capital. The categories with which Marx develops his central thesis in Volume 1 are exactly the categories that help explain, once he deals with circulation and their combination, why what he developed in Volume 1 doesn't appear to be the case. So misrecognition is not functionalist, and it's not because the actors are too benighted to understand what reality is. It has to do with the structuring of that reality itself, so that the first couple chapters in the Volume 2 circulation have to do with explaining why various schools of economics could think the way they do. So in order to really get this, what we have to do is really understand what's going on in Volume 1. Because if I took the report and just said, no, the question reveals a misunderstanding, I don't think that would help if I just announce it. Or if I say, because price and value are not the same thing, and if it's, in a sense, pronounced ex cathedra from me. Rather, I want you to understand more about the categories of Volume 1 and why then value and price are not the same thing. Why value and wealth are not the same thing. If I may go back just a half a step in terms of our discussion, one of the points that we've made, or I've tried to make, on the basis of the text, over and over again, is that Marx's conception of value is not identical to wealth. By which I mean that value, as it is in Adam Smith, is a category of wealth which is valid for all societies. Almost all readers of Marx don't get that. Either they criticize Marx and they say wealth is clearly not the same thing as value, because look at the wealth producing potential of X or Y that can't be related to simply manual labor. Marx would actually agree with them, but that's part of the point of the theory of value in my reading. Or other people who say, look, this is just a theory of exploitation. I know of an anthropologist, I'm sorry. I'm teaching a class now. Let me take a second to avoid such interruptions. An anthropologist whose study of a tribal society in the Amazon was an attempt to show the validity of value, the category of value there. And I think that's just not understanding the concept. Now, the idea that value is a historically specific form of wealth means, for Marx, it wasn't always the case. Non-capitalist, pre-capitalist societies do not have a category of value. That's A. But B, a post-capitalist society would not be based on value. If value is at the heart of capitalism, a post-capitalist society is not based on value. We'll have to try to figure out what that means, but also how you get there. And that's part of what this book is about. How are we doing? Okay. Now, what we've developed up to now is that Marx begins with the commodity. You remember that in the Grundrisse, he raises the issue of what's your point of departure? And he says explicitly, it is not historical. In the sense that, let's say, merchant's capital antedates modern capitalism. You don't begin with merchant's capital because its place in modern capitalism is very different than it was in non-capitalist societies. So you can't just use the word capitalism indiscriminately. So he begins with something called the commodity. And on the basis of his self-understanding, this category, commodity, has got to be, as it were, the nucleus of capital. So everything about capital he should be able to develop out of the category commodity. It is not. So what he does is he logically unfolds commodity to be commodity and money. And then from the money form, he logically unfolds capital. This is not a historical account. Unfortunately, Engels said it was, and generations of Marxists and non-Marxists and anti-Marxists have taken Engels at face value. What is called Marxism should be called Engelsianism. I mean it seriously. Now, in discussing commodity, what I suggested in the first part of volume 1 that we have reviewed, that the commodity is one and the same time a form of wealth and a form of social mediation. And this duality of the commodity is expressed by Marx in his categories of use value and value. So the commodity is a thing that is also not a thing. Okay? Now, with all of this, the payoff is going to be later. What I mean is, so for example, in the first 2 chapters, first 3, Marx takes the commodity as the simultaneity of value and use value. And he says that because the commodity has this dual character, it logically cannot express the duality simultaneously. So it externalizes. The form becomes externalized as commodity and money, where the commodity seems to be, expresses the use value dimension of the commodity, and money expresses the value dimension of the commodity. So you get the appearance that you have things mediated by money. And then in the section on money, he says even that drops out. You remember I went over this with you, that from something being mediated by money, you then think, once you start getting paper money, that it's mediated only by a symbol. There is no value anymore. And then when you take into account debt and credit, where things aren't paid for immediately, you say things are mediated by convention, by contract. So the whole idea of the social mediation drops out. Now, I'm going to take a step to the side, and I'm going to say, at this point in the analysis, it is completely opaque why Marx does this. Why not just start with money and say money mediates objects, which is what most people think. And it would be dishonest or dogmatic to assume that the answer is there in the first few chapters. It's not. The nature of the argument is such that it justifies the point of departure as it goes along. Only when you get relative surplus value do you begin to see what difference it makes that you've got the use value dimension and the value dimension. By the same token, a lot of people, they read chapter 1 of Capital, that's it. And many people ask legitimately, why should value be based on labor? Why should labor be the common element that renders things commensurable? Why can't it be utility? You recall, or maybe you don't, depending on whether you've read the first chapter, Marx, when he begins to develop that the commodity appears doubled as commodity and money, and when he talks about commensurability, he cites Aristotle, who gives as an example, I think it's 5 beds being traded for a house. And Aristotle says, well, if you're exchanging them, they have to have something in common. An exchange implies commensurability. This is Aristotle. However, Aristotle says, they're not commensurable. They're different from one another. And Marx says, Aristotle couldn't think commensurability because of the nature of the society in which he existed. It was a slave society. He goes on to say that the theory of value, which means that things are commensurable, as developed in the 18th century by people like Adam Smith, had a socio-historical presupposition. The presupposition is the notion of general human equality. And this culturally spreading notion is itself based on forms of everyday practice where labors become commensurable. So there's a social epistemology involved here. Okay? Now, what's tricky about this is that throughout Volume 1, Marx will be saying that the concrete dimension of the commodity, which is its use value dimension, veils the existence of its other dimension. And this is what he calls the fetish. So what you have is a dualism of concrete and abstract. Now, I want you to notice that it's not as if Marx, like Descartes, approaches things dualistically, but rather he says the social form is dualistic. And because the social form is dualistic, modern Western philosophy has had an issue of dualism. So the issue of dualism is not given ontologically. It's also not simply the assumption of the thinker that it's bad thinking, but rather it's a form of thought that is molded by the underlying structures of that society, which are forms of everyday practice. Now, if I keep on talking and nobody says anything, I'm going to assume it's all clear. And I know it's not. But since I'm getting no feedback from you, I have to guess what is clear and what isn't clear. So it could be I'll go off on a 20-minute tangent of something that's clear to you, and I won't talk about that which is unclear. Yeah.
So when you say that that there's this dualistic dimension to Western philosophy,
no, modern Western,
to modern Western philosophy. So could you give an example of what that dualism might embody itself in terms of classical political economy, or in terms of political thought, or something that would be a modern example of this?
Yeah, subject and object. Okay. So that's at the very heart of modern Western philosophy. And how do you bring them together? Or do you bring them together? Isn't that an example?
Yeah.
So if subject-object dualism is then the dominant form of, thinking in Western modern philosophy, does that mean you basically agree with Lukács's analysis and reification? Or are there ways in which you would modify that analysis and make it a little more nuanced?
Yes and no. Lukács, for those of you who don't know, Lukács is a very interesting intellectual who, on the eve of World War I, really writes a book that many regard as being the foundation of existentialism. During the war, which, like many, many intellectuals in Europe, he found a complete culture shock. Remember, there had not been a major war in Europe for 100 years. It was assumed, and pay attention, it was assumed that because, especially the last part of the 19th century and the early part of the 20th century, there was an increasing degree of globalization, that there was just this interpenetration of economies, that war had become impossible. Right? It was, things were so globalized, there were no such thing as passports. things had become so globalized that war was unthinkable. War became kind of seen as something you did on the margins, what were regarded as the margins, and as a sign of lack of complete civilization. Suddenly you had this war, which, unlike the wars that you've experienced in your lifetimes, involved mass killing of a magnitude that is almost unthinkable. You know, where you have hundreds of thousands of people dying in a day. One of the effects of this was a complete cultural rupture. One of the effects of which was sort of a great deal of experimentation, you know, Dada, things like that, but also when the Russian Revolution occurs in 1917, the Second Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, this is seen by many, many intellectuals as being almost like the solution to whatever ailed society that led to this terrible war. So someone like Lukács becomes a Marxist.
Yes, a question coming back to the subject of dualism.
I'll come back to this.
And in their rationality and equality when we discuss Aristotle and Descartes. So I understand the idea that the concept, that the content of our thinking is related to the social conditions where we live, right? But not the capacity of thinking.
No.
That seems to be something universal and transhistorical.
Of course.
But also the basis for equality, right?
No.
No?
No. Otherwise it would always exist. It doesn't.
No, but the idea of equality
doesn't
exists
exist
at any time.
Not
the practice of equality.
No, it doesn't exist. In Plato, where is there equality?
Yeah, there's not even the word equality.
Well, I mean, you know, that's one of the mistakes, it seems to me. These are, you know, you read Plato, you read Aristotle, this is very exciting. It is. It is. But the great conversation that some people posit, I mean, when I was an undergraduate, we had essays, you know, Plato, Thomas Jefferson, and Nietzsche are sitting in a cafe. What are they going to say to one another? The real answer is nothing. Because even if they had a translator, they could not understand one another. They fundamentally could not understand one another. And the people who posit the great conversation, I think, because of course there's a great deal of, in the Arab world, in Europe, there's a great deal of appropriation and reworking of Plato and Aristotle. But the way it is reworked, it is reworked. You know, the great Aristotelian philosophers of the Middle Ages are not thinking like Aristotle, I would argue. Even though Aristotle had a very powerful effect on them. But equality is something else. The idea of really fundamental equality. The presupposition that all human beings are created equal, Marx is saying, is a historical product. It's not ontologically given. But he's also saying that you can't be outside of your context. To say that it's created doesn't mean that it's has no validity. It's the only validity that exists within this framework that I'm trying to present. Let me come back to Lukács for 1 second, because now that I've given the biographical. Lukács is the first Marxist who criticizes Engels. But he criticizes Engels on two grounds, and on one he doesn't. On the one hand, Lukács is the first to see that Marx, very much influenced, of course, by German philosophy, has a conception of social form. And that it's not economy with interests where ideas are some sort of superstructure. Lukács does away with that, although, of course, that continues on in most Marxism. But with Lukács, there's no base superstructure. So that's part of the critique of Engels. The other is, Engels had developed dialectic into a kind of a alternative universe. There's the dialectic of nature and the dialectic of history. And Lukács says there is no dialectic of nature, only of history, because humans make history. The problem with Lukács in this regard is that dialectic remains some sort of method that is applicable to anything historical. I'm trying to show that what Marx does is, because of the peculiar, historically specific double character of the forms of capital, that they are dialectical. In other words, what Marx does is he takes the notion of dialectic and he grounds it in capitalism. So capitalism is dialectical. Human history is not. There is not a single unifying logic to human history. However, there isn't a single overarching contingency to human history. Rather, capitalism displays a logic that no other society does. One last sentence. And that logic is a sign of alienation, because the existence of a logic indicates constraints on agentive action. If there weren't such constraints, there would not be a logic of development. There might be tendencies that retrospectively you understand, but there would not be a logic. So this becomes historicized in Marx. And the problem with Lukács, and in a very different way, Althusser, who hates Lukács, Althusser is talking about history as a whole, which is why he has to use a structuralist paradigm. History is the structure, and then people act. But there's no notion of the constitution of the structure. As you may or may not know, in structural linguistics, language is expressed through parole, through speech, but there's no theory of how speech constitutes language. Right? So the primacy of the structure is, was it Lacan or Althusser who said, it speaks. The structure speaks. Anyway, what's your question?
My question was kind of related to what you just said, just so I make sure that I understand. So, for example, Marx would not argue then that that there is a fundamental contradiction to feudal society, and that feudal society would necessarily be abolished because of that contradiction.
No.
And turn into capitalism.
No.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But
I'm
Engels
saying
would say
that thousands of forests have died so that people could conduct polemics about the transition from feudalism to capitalism. That's unnecessary.
So Engels is the one that was promoting those ideas.
Yeah, the stage theory of history.
Okay.
There's a difference between saying retrospectively These are the tendencies in feudalism out of which capitalism emerged in the West. And as I will talk about, the last chapter of Capital is about these contingencies. A lot of them are contingent. So all the debates about whether everywhere in society, everywhere in the world, can we locate feudalism? And did that feudalism give rise to capitalism was an unnecessary debate. This is from English, yes.
So when you say that a logic kind of preempts any agentive action in a society,
logic
kind of prevents agentive action, right?
It's actually double. That is, within the framework of capitalism, now this is on the most abstract level. On the one hand, relative to the way things are in feudal society, let's say, just talking about the West, the individual is more agentive. But in terms of history, the individual is not a historical agent. Then the issue is, how could the individual or individuals become historical agents? So you have there too a dichotomy of necessity and free will, or structure and agency. And what I'm trying to argue, and it's very difficult to teach Volume 3 if you haven't done Volume 1 with me, that what Volume 1 does is it really tries to address all of these questions with reference to this set of categories. Rather than presupposing them, agency, structure, and then seeing, do you come down on one side, on the other side? Do you try to, how do you deal with them? But you're taking them for granted rather than talking about their social constitution or socio-historical constitution. Does this make sense? Half of you are saying yes.
But isn't it an agentive action to constitute structures themselves, right? I mean, you seem to be saying that, we, through our actions, that practices constitute structure, right? So practices also presuppose this form of action, which is, or you want to suggest that practices themselves are kind of guided by a logic?
Yes. Once capitalism is in place, I mean, in a sense, at least my read of this, a lot of people don't notice that after unfolding a logic or trying to unfold a logic pretty rigorously throughout the book of Capital, the last chapter, which is called primitive accumulation, which actually should have been called original accumulation, really is about a bunch of contingencies that gave rise to capitalism, which is supposed to reflect back on the rest of the text to indicate, don't take the rest of the text as being a history. It's a logic that becomes historical. Now, it becomes historical, and I'll have to get to this category in 10 minutes, only when relative surplus value appears. So think of it almost like you have a bunch of different factors. Feudal society, for whatever reason, is decay. One side of it is that you have, if you read records from the reign of the early Tudors in England, the streets are clogged with vagabonds. Right? The old social structure is falling apart. At the same time, this is long before you have workhouses and then factories that can absorb that surplus population. So how does King Henry deal with them? He hangs them. 15,000 vagabonds a year. It's a surplus population. Something is crumbling. That's like one feature. On the other hand, you have also not unnecessarily a contingent development of commercially based societies, whose origin really is the Italian city-states in North Italy. And I think, and I'm not sure about this, that this has to do with the fact that the larger polity of which Germany, Austria, northern Italy were a part was called the Holy Roman Empire. And that kind of crumbles. It sort of remains in the north, but in the south there is no larger state that controls these cities. There is in the south of Italy. They're controlled by Spain. And in the middle of Italy, they're controlled by the Pope. But where you don't have that kind of state control, you have independent city-states who are commercial. The Venetians, after a while, really conquered the Eastern Mediterranean. I don't know whether you have maps in your mind, but this is very important here. I mean, they're powerful enough, like they transport the Crusaders. And on the Fourth Crusade, these armed knights from Northern Europe get into the Venetian boats, and as they're halfway across the Mediterranean, the Venetians say, today we're not going to attack the Holy Land. Today we're going to attack Constantinople, the seat of the Eastern Roman Empire. Now, the irony historically is the Crusades originally begin when the emperor in Constantinople of the Eastern Roman Empire asks Western Christians to help him against the Muslims who are conquering good parts of the Byzantine Empire. Here, the Venetians go and conquer Constantinople. They take it over. The knights say, oh, okay. They take it over, and the Venetians control trade in the Eastern Mediterranean. Their big rival on the other side of Italy is Genoa. And the Genoese have got to figure out what to do, because controlling the Eastern Mediterranean means that any trade that comes, let's say from China, let's say silk, comes in these giant caravans to the Eastern Mediterranean, where they're loaded on boats, Venetian boats, who take them to Europe. Spices, whatever spices there are, go to, I think Egypt is the main entrepot, where the Venetians come and take it to Europe. The Genoese are sort of going crazy, but the Genoese, it's a small town. They develop ways of supporting themselves that don't depend on squeezing money out of, or goods out of peasants in the hinterland. They begin to develop modern financial instruments. Bonds. That gives them money, and they become a banking center. And at that point, they look for the equivalent of the knights of the Middle Ages, and they go to the Spanish and the Portuguese. And they basically say, why don't you try to find a different route to India? I mean, the Spanish and Portuguese are basically the muscle of the Genoese. That was the beginning of that. The Portuguese go around Africa, the Spanish try to go west. The Genoese are developing a commercial forms that move up then to Antwerp and Amsterdam, across to England. In the meantime, I mean, there are a lot of different factors. You get the Bank of England. Slowly, this commercial society, the various elements, lock together. And it's when they lock together that you've got, I think, what you properly can call capitalism. I think that is Marx's conception. It's not that you have this unitary whole emerging out of a intrinsic contradiction in feudalism. There are too many other factors going on. It's just that when you have this whole, you then have this logic. And the logic generates enormous productivity. And already Adam Smith begins writing, in his book is published in 1776, the wealth of nations is a function of productivity. This is a revolution in viewing the world. It's no longer how much wealth you have. It's the rate with which you're producing wealth. China is much richer. Smith knows that. He says that. But China doesn't have this kind of dynamism. Britain, as some of you, I hope, know, you can't do social theory without history. Britain and France fight world wars in the entire 18th century. In North America, in India, they're fighting, in the Caribbean, they're fighting everywhere. France has 4 times the population of Britain at that point. France is the richest country in the old sense of rich in Western Europe, and it is by far the cultural center of all of Europe. How are the British doing it? They are, to use a more contemporary phrase, they're punching above their weight. And Smith says it has to do with productivity. And that's a switch. That wealth no longer is a function of how many diamonds, how much gold, how big your fields are, how large your flocks are, but is a rate. And that's already, people should wake up to that and say, oh, there's a real change here. And Marx is picking up on that. Now, in order to indicate what he is doing with this, I have to go a little further, okay? And I hope in going a little further, see, I've given you some of the basics, but I want to show you what some of the payoffs are, because, and this was, for me at least, elicited by the sketch of the report. I thought it was productive in that sense, that it indicated to me some of the things I have to show in order to be able to address some of the questions here, but I don't want to do it without showing you what Marx did. Okay? Was that a yes, a no? Okay, thumbs up. Okay, now, and this is a sub-theme. I've mentioned to you, Kelly, what I was saying, and then don't shudder, I'm not going to repeat everything, is that the report indicated how much more I have to do on volume 1. Right. Since volumes 2 and 3 are volumes about, they are not empirical studies of, we did production, now let's do circulation and let's see how they come together. But it's also how, once you introduce circulation, what is developed in volume 1 doesn't seem to be the case. So then the question is, what is developed in volume 1? What is value theory about? And that's what I'm trying to address, which we will never get to if we just worry about exchange in the immediate sense. And do remember that part of the attempt here is to, at one and the same time, combine a social theory and a theory of knowledge. Right? And this is where Lukács picked up on very strongly and was then, in a sense, carried further by people like Adorno, Horkheimer, the Frankfurt School, and was absolutely not in the French tradition. But it's a French tradition that influenced strongly the Anglo-Saxon theoretical tradition. So I mention knowledge because what he thinks he does in the first few chapters, among other things, is lay the groundwork for values like equality and freedom. This goes directly against a much more contemporary work by Ellen Meitzen Woods, who makes a sharp separation between the Enlightenment and capitalism. And capitalism somehow is bad in its exploitation. And the Enlightenment is the source of the ideals with which capitalism can be criticized. But where does the Enlightenment come from? There you go to a kind of a very traditional history of ideas sort of thing. For Marx, the Enlightenment ideals themselves are expressions of the different nature of personhood as capitalism develops. Right? There's a very different personhood, and it isn't just a conception. There's a way of being in the world, which is really different. And you remember there's this section where he says, we're going to leave the sunny realm of circulation, the realm of freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. And we're going to go into the hidden abode of production. What I want to, so a lot of people, hidden abode of production, they think of, Blake's poems, the dark satanic mills, and so we're leaving the marketplace, which presumably is open, the agora, and we're going into the factory, and now the rest is going to be exploitation. On one level it is, but on another level, there's something else going on, and this is where what value theory is going to try to get at. And that is, what is the motion, just the word, circulation?
Describes a movement?
It describes a movement. What is the nature of that movement? Yes. Circular. Hence, circulation. The hidden abode of production is the realm of history in Marx. And I'm going to try and justify that. Now, just before he does that, he introduces the concept of capital. And the concept of capital is not private property, but it is self-valorizing value. Right? So it's value in motion. And history is history in the sense now of the history of capital, the logic of history. He's going to explain with reference to value and its interaction with use value. And Hegel comes up twice in this chapter that I'm talking about. At the beginning, when he introduces value as self-valorizing value, capital as self-valorizing value, he uses exactly the language that Hegel used in the phenomenology about the Geist. Now, if you read it, because a lot of people don't, their eyes glaze over. You get sentences like, the self-moving substance that is the subject of its own process. Which is, he takes literally the words of Hegel and he inserts it there. Now, assuming for a moment that he's not just trying to impress friends in a cocktail party, there's a question, why does Marx do that? And I want to suggest, and he foolishly figures that everybody will understand this. In a sense, what he is saying is that Hegel is right and wrong. He is right that there is a logic of history that, in a sense, is not created directly by human agency. That is the Geist. But Hegel is wrong because he thinks this is all of history, and it's not. It's capital. There is no grand sweep of history the way Hegel posited it. But his notion of a dialectic of history that is abstract is valid, but it's valid only for capitalist society. That's at the beginning of the chapter. At the end, do any of you know the philosophy of right, Hegel's philosophy of right? How does he divide human life? Into what spheres? You have the state, you have civil society, and you have the family. And, people continue to debate about the relationship of civil society and the state. I want to suggest that what Marx is suggesting is there's one dimension that's missing there, and it's the hidden dimension. And that is a historical dynamic that transforms both the state and civil society and their interaction. And now he's going to start again. Once he does that and he takes leave of the sphere of circulation, he talks about the labor process and the valorization process. Right? And the labor process is simply the human subject taking an object, working on raw materials to create a product that already was in their mind that they wanted to create as they began. It's a kind of a teleological activity, yes.
Just one clarification. When you said that Marx agrees with the dialectics of history of Hegel, but thinks that it only applies to capitalism, he's saying that the dialectics based on capital applies only to capitalism, or dialectics is only in capitalism and everything before capitalism has to be explained in another fashion.
In another fashion, yes.
So that means that the transition to capitalism could not, doesn't have a logic outside human agency, it's pure contingency, could have been some in another way.
There's a great deal of contingency involved. I tried to name, when I gave you the little story of the Venetians and the Genoese, there's a lot of contingency involved.
Yes.
Right?
But it's not necessary, the transition to capitalism.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not necessary. If you and you read the book, everything is necessary until the last chapter, primitive or original accumulation. Now, a lot of people point out, especially today, they point out, which Marx says, that there is a great, unlike the kind of bloodless picture by Adam Smith, that there's a great deal of violence involved in the constitution of capital. But capital itself, I'm adding, can't be explained only in terms of violence. This dynamic, if you put the dynamic at the heart, that and violence are not the same thing. You know, capitalists, or better yet, the European global expansion that was part of the story of the emergence of capitalism, is that the only example of massive violence that history has known? No. Not at all. I mean, no one thinks of the Mongols as being gentle folk. Or the Crusaders. Or the Aztecs. It's telling that when Cortez conquers Mexico, like at the beginning, he's got, this small group of guys, and he's a clever man. At least in the accounts that I've read. But with the final battles in front of what became Mexico City, there are as many native population Indians in Cortez's army as there are in the Aztec army. And this isn't because he's paying them a lot. It's because Aztec rule was violent. Was very violent. I mean, these people didn't know that. Maybe they were jumping from the frying pan into the fire. But nevertheless, to make capitalism as being violent and everything else, it's like capitalism invaded places that were idyllic. It's just historically wrong. But the violence that existed, whether we're talking about Rome, whether we're talking about the expansion of Alexander or the Mongols or anybody, that violence isn't generative of a dynamic. So what's significant about capital is the dynamic that emerges. That's not good, that's not bad. It presumably is. And there's a great deal of contingency in that last chapter. So I'm saying that the way I read the text as a whole text, it reflects back on the rest of the text. The degree of contingency in the last chapter casts a light on the first part of the book, that it should not be read as this necessary emergence. First we have simple commodities, and then we develop money, and then out of that you get capitalism. That would be a universal story, and this is not this is a story that becomes universal. That is, what capital does is create a global society. That doesn't mean an equivalent global society. And it's very different, and we'll get to that in volume 2. It's very different than expansion beforehand that usually left things on the ground as they were. Now, whether we're talking about the Romans or we're talking about the Ottomans, daily life for peasants may get worse or better, but it doesn't change fundamentally. And most people in conquered countries are peasants. And frequently their conquerors, frequently, not always, are nomads. Originally, then they settled down, whether the Mongols or the Turks or whomever. So now to come back. We're still sort of working out the logic of what he's trying to get at. And he says, look, production really has a dual character. It isn't simply the production of goods that then what characterizes capitalism is all these goods are made and a class pockets it. It really isn't that. So you're going to get an analysis of capitalism based on the dual nature of the forms that is fundamentally different than what Marxism said. Which means the dynamic is going to be fundamentally different. And the dynamic is rooted in this double character of the forms and the dialectic of abstract and concrete. Right here, all he's doing is he's laying out the ground categories. They haven't started to move yet. So he says, on the one hand, it's a labor process the way we think of labor processes. Right? You have a human agent with a tool, raw materials, and a preconceived goal. Then he talks about valorization. Now, valorization means the creation of surplus value. And what most people who read Marx, if they read Marx, seize on is this idea of surplus value. Surplus value for Marx means that a worker works and the wage that they get is a fair wage. He wants to do kind of an ideal situation, is a fair wage for the value of their labor power. The value of their labor power is the cost of their reproduction, them and their family. And that varies culturally, he says. However, the workers, because this is all collective here, produce more than the value of their own labor power. And that more is what he calls surplus value. So let's say the workday is 12 hours long. Let's say that in 6 hours, the workers produce enough value to cover their means of reproduction. The other 6 hours belong to the capitalist. This is surplus value. But interestingly enough, Marx doesn't focus on this. The first 80% of that chapter, that sub-chapter where he introduces valorization, he talks about what are the implications of the production of value. If you regard the process as one of the production of value, and value, you remember, is the expenditure of socially necessary labor time, if that's what value is, then what capitalist production does is it transforms matter into units of time.
Can you say it last time again?
Well, look, if he's saying the underlying goal of capitalist production is value, and what is value?
Expenditure of
Socially necessary labor time. So as long as you're just thinking about the circulation, all of us sitting around the table, and I have an egg and you have a lump of coal and you have a widget. And then the trading is on the basis of labor time, you don't get it. He says, forget about that. What does it imply in terms of production itself? Well, if value is the expenditure of socially necessary labor time, then the good embodies a certain amount of socially necessary labor time. Its value is temporal. It's independent of its use value. This is at first. So he says the weirdness of value is what he's trying to draw attention to, is that the human is the raw material. The tools and the physical raw materials are sponges to absorb the time, and the product is a materialization of time. It's two things at once. right? It's the widget you've produced, but also it's time. And he only talks about surplus value at the very end. In other words, he spends most of his time talking about what are the implications of a society whose form of wealth is value. What does that imply for production? And then he says, oh yeah, and if they work longer, then it's surplus value. In other words, with the term surplus value, most people focus entirely on it being a surplus of value. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that for Marx, it's a surplus of value. It's not a surplus of stuff. Yeah.
So why is it then that Marx expresses the value as labor time rather than labor energy? Because it seems, to me at least, and I'm sure you'll be able to explain this, but it seems like the worker is investing energy into producing the widget or whatever it is, and that's what's going to be creating the value. So why is it time and not energy?
I can tell you what a theory based on time does. That's what I'm trying to get at. And I'm not sure how energy would do the same thing. So hold that. And let's see if this temporal dimension begins to make sense. Because right now I'm only positing things. I'm only trying to clarify what he is saying, but I haven't yet tried to show you what the payoff is. He's just getting his ducks lined up, as it were. Yeah.
Just one comment. If you assume that the amount of energy you can spend in a unit of time is constant, then it's the same thing. There's no difference. But my question is something different.
Well, no, I'll show you why that's not exactly the case. But okay. Ask your other question.
Coming back to the creation of surplus value. So the workers agree to work more than they need to subsist, right? You can say that's an idea or a cultural. I know the domination is there, but you can say that's an idea. Because I can imagine a society where workers say, we will only work what we need to subsist, and the rest of the time we'll read French novels, whatever. But,
if this were a course on Volume 1, which is half necessarily is, one of the fetishes that he works out is wages. Workers imagine, and a lot of capitalists do, that what they're getting is a fair wage for a full day's work. Not that they're getting a full wage for part of the day and the rest belongs to the capitalist.
Okay, but my question is, isn't that idea the logic behind capitalism and not a material kind of logic? The idea that I should work more than I need to subsist?
Yes and no. Because you have to. Even Max Weber, who in the Protestant ethic tries to develop a notion of the subjectivity necessary in order to bring into the world a notion that you accumulate money for the sake of accumulation, and that to spend any of it isn't a pragmatic mistake, it's a sin. There really is a difference. I love teaching Weber to undergraduates because it kind of stuns them. What he shows is you take someone like Benjamin Franklin, that's the example he gives. Benjamin Franklin says, you make more money, and it's never you make more money so that in 10 years you can finally afford an apartment. Or you make more money to get a car later. It's not deferred gratification, it's infinitely deferred gratification. You have a duty to accumulate. Whereas if it were you're accumulating in order to spend it later, If you spend it now, that's a mistake. But for Franklin, it's a transgression. And there really is a difference between a mistake and a transgression. You've done something really bad, right? If you spend £1, you are not just, in terms of accumulation, killing that pound, but you're killing all future generations of that pound. This is his language. One can do a lot with that historically. Yeah?
So I'm just trying to map this dual character of, or dialectical character of production or society onto a few different things that Marx talks about. So you said that there's labor on one hand and there's the process of valorization on the other. So that CMC idea, that would be from the perspective of labor, but the CM prime is from the perspective of valorizing
yes.
Capital.
Yes.
And then, so would you say that would be like the capitalist's perspective? And
yes.
And then the worker's perspective would be the CMC.
Yes. But the two are part of the same system, is Marx's argument. They're part of the same system. The workers, as it were, simple exchange, CMC. They take their commodity, which is labor power. They get a wage for it, and they go and buy their means of subsistence, is part and parcel of capital, which is CMC prime.
It's just the same system kind of viewed from two vantage points. The same system viewed from two different vantage points?
No, it's two dimensions of the same system, according to Marx. It has real effects. It's not just subjective. Yeah?
Well, because then also, when you have CMC, the equation ends after that. Once you've given your labor time, you get money, and then you get the commodity back that you need to subside. You eat the food or you pay the rent or whatever, then it ends. But with M to C to M prime, it never ends. And I think that's one of the differences.
Well, yes and no, because CMC also doesn't end, but it has no directionality other than it's circular. Mm-hmm. You go home, you eat. If you're lucky, you've got clothing, you've got shelter, so you can go back to work.
And you do it again tomorrow.
Then you do it again tomorrow, and you do it as long as you live, basically. Where MCM prime is directional, but we have to work out more of what that means. Now, with regard to the temporality versus energy, well, not all of you can see the board, right? I want to go back to this little example, which Marx threw in as a kind of a hint, almost like a piece of bait. On the third page of the first chapter, where he talks about the magnitude of value, where he introduces the notion of socially necessary labor time. And if you recall, the example was hand loom weaving and power loom weaving. And he said that a power loom, after its introduction, produced twice as much cloth. But the amount of value that you get remains the same. You remember that? And I did it with a kind of a slight stage model, that if you produce 10 yards of cloth an hour, and someone introduces a power loom, which is 20 yards of cloth, as long as socially necessary labor time, which is socially average, remains determined by hand loom weaving, the power loom produces twice as much, gets twice as much value. If others borrow this technology and introduce the power loom themselves, you get a redetermination of socially necessary labor time So it falls back to X. So on the one hand, Marx says, an hour of labor time produces a certain amount of value, period, regardless of the level of productivity. On the other hand, so an hour is an hour. On the other hand, you'll notice that what counts as an hour changes.
Yeah. So the guy standing at the press pulling the lever is doing the same hour as a guy who's hammering away really forcefully at his machine. So it doesn't matter necessarily how much energy the worker puts in because of the constant revolution.
So you'll notice what you have here is productivity for Marx is the use value dimension. It's the labor process. Labor process, valorization process is what he's developing out of use value and value. The production of use values is the labor process. The production of value is the valorization process. They both are dimensions of the same thing. They aren't two different processes. The way in which in the commodity, it's the simultaneity of a use value and a value. Okay? So, which means, this is a slight tangent, but very important, the labor process is not a material process, period. It's a material process that is molded by the value dimension. But when you look at it, what do you see?
A material process.
A material process. If you look at the commodity, what do you see? The use value dimension. So the use value dimension veils its value dimension, and the value dimension is abstract. So it's not available to sense perception. So how do we know? How does Marx think he knows that it is both? The trajectory of production itself. It's its development. Let's go back to our very simple example. Hand loom weaving, power loom weaving. By the time the power loom becomes general, the amount of value produced per unit time is the same. So if you want to get more value, what would you do? Up the ante. You'd increase productivity, right? And if you increase productivity again, what would happen to X?
It'd eventually shift again.
It would eventually shift again. So this is the first determination of a society for the first time in human history that generates ongoing increases in productivity. Ongoing. Right? This is an attempt to explain that. Smith doesn't have anything like that other than a kind of an interaction between exchange and production. But he can't explain this ongoing dynamism. That's what concerns Marx. Capital is this dynamic form. But you'll notice, unlike a lot of, let's say, post-industrial theorists, for Marx, you produce more and more and more and more stuff. You're not necessarily producing more value. So there is the possibility of a gap between material wealth and the underlying social form of wealth. So you could produce 1,000 times as much, which we do, without having a society of plenty. The problem for Marx, I want to suggest, is not only, although, this is a real issue for us today, but is not only the issue of unequal distribution, but he would say it's the form of wealth itself. But we have to go further to see what the implications of that are. Okay? One last thing, just as he's setting up his ducks. In the labor process, the factors are you have the work, and you've got the means of production, and you've got the goal. In the valorization process, you have what he calls constant capital and variable capital. Constant capital are the machines, the tools, the raw materials, and for Marx, they only transmit the amount of value that they have. And the only thing that creates new value is labor. Now, we don't have the payoff yet, because at this point you can still ask, why should that be the case? So we're going to have to see why he thinks it is the case and what he's trying to explain with this theory, because only then will you be able to explain the kind of questions that you raised for the first chapter, which I found very illuminating, but made me think I had to go back. The rate of, just one last thing, the rate of, if the only thing that creates new value is variable capital, the rate of surplus value is S over V, the surplus over variable capital. Whereas the rate of profit, which is not the same thing, is S over C plus V. This will become important in volume 3. One thing that I have to try and make very clear, this is not intended as a statement about the way firms work. In fact, the profit of a firm is not a function simply of S over V. S over V is a statement about society as a whole. And S over V is the rate of exploitation. Now, the rate of exploitation, unlike the way a lot of people understand the word exploitation, does not necessarily imply a fall in the standard of living. You can have a high standard of living with a very high rate of exploitation. It depends on how high the rate of surplus, the ratio of surplus value is to variable capital. Okay, and from this point, now he's got his categories in place, and now he's going to run through production. And here is where these categories should begin to make a difference. Right now, we're just trying to establish what they are and what they're not. Okay?
Yeah, just a quick question. Is variable capital the same thing as labor or
labor power?
Labor power.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't he just call it labor power and not introduce another term?
Oh, because now he's doing it in what he calls value terms. And I hope by the time we reach accumulation, we've got to finish this today. By the time we reach accumulation, I think you'll see what the payoff is. Okay? Or maybe not. And then you'll raise the question again. Okay? I could use a coffee. I don't know about you. Productivity changes what counts as an hour. But it doesn't affect value.
Okay.
It does so indirectly. In a sense, what you have here is a dialectic of value and use value, which most people don't pick up on. They just say, oh, we're not really exchanging for the real value of things. That's not his point. To move from T1 to T2 to T3, you know, the handloom weaver, productivity is doubled, which means twice as many use values. The amount of value is twice as much only when that's new. When it becomes general, the amount of value falls to its original. So the use value dimension doesn't affect value directly, it does indirectly. What counts as an hour is determined by productivity. So you have this system of moving in time where it gets very complicated. I wrote about this. The unit of time remains constant and yet moves. But the unit of time remaining constant means that it can't move in time because it is time. So what you need is a frame of reference that is superordinate to Newtonian time. And I call that historical time. But I don't want, you know, this isn't something that I would do it if we were doing volume 1 and we could spend a lot of time on this. I just have to run that by you.
And so, but the reconstitution of value is always the same, right? So it's always the same. It reconstitutes. So
yes.
It's not a spiral or anything, right? So when it's reconstituted, it's the same. It's the same.
Yes and no. Yes and no. But I'd like to hold off for just a second to see what the implications of this are. I want you to notice, however, if value is created by the expenditure of human labor time, and if you increase productivity by 1,000-fold, you still have to have that labor time. Now, when does this become historically relevant? When?
When there starts being like political arguments.
A little louder.
When there starts being like political arguments over the length of the working day?
No, although we have to talk about that.
Okay.
It becomes relevant only when you're already at a stage where productivity really, where there is a growing gap between labor time inputs and material outputs. That only happens when you have advanced machine production. So if you think about that, this entire theory only could have been developed once you had advanced machine production. It's only then, now I'm reflexively historicizing the categories, that the difference between material wealth and value makes sense. For Smith, it doesn't make any sense. I'll try and get to that. Yes? No? Maybe? You look like you had a question.
No, I had absolutely no question.
Absolutely no question. Okay.
So, I do have a question. That's right. So the gap.
You gave him the opportunity.
So the gap between material wealth and value does eventually. It seems like there would be so much production, and there would be so much material wealth being produced with so little necessary value input. Would that cause a problem for capitalism? Like the production becomes too great?
Well, that's a question, isn't it? It's a good question. I don't want. First of all, I don't think I could fully answer it on the basis of what we've done so far.
Okay.
I do, however, want to show you, because I've told you that using this double character, what Marx does is a series of, you have a double character and one side veils the other. And we'll try and see where he's going to come I hope people can see the board because there is a structure to the first half of volume 1, and it goes like this. It says capital is M, C, M prime, right? And this is a dynamic, it's self-valorizing value. Then what he does is looking at the middle. He says the process of production is divided into a labor process and a valorization process. However, the labor process disguises the valorization process. It just seems as if you've got a process of production and capitalists own it. The valorization process for Marx divides into constant capital and variable capital, where only variable capital is productive of new value. Okay? However, constant capital disguises variable capital because it seems as if production really has to do with the means of production. So that labor has this particular function, is disguised. Variable capital, and this I didn't introduce, but I have to now, divides into necessary and surplus time. Necessary time is the amount of time it takes for workers, and surplus time hooks back here to self-valorizing value, to the dynamic. So what you've got is a very complex structure of the argument right here that I've kind of diagrammed for you. Necessary time is the amount of time that it takes for workers to reproduce themselves. Surplus time is that above that necessary time, right? And that's the surplus value. Now he then goes on, the next chapter, now we're going to get into, we've got the categories. Now let's see what happens. And he begins with the working day. Now most people, this is a very long chapter, and it's about how labor time, if you've got a division of the day between necessary and surplus labor time, what is going to be the tendency of capital?
To try and maximize the amount of time that the worker is actually working.
A, and B, to maximize the working day, right? Mm-hmm. And what Marx points out, and was pointed out about 15 years ago by a very interesting little book called The Overworked American by an economist named Julius Shore, is people think that the further back you go in history, the longer people worked. It's absolutely not true. People work a lot less in Europe in the Middle Ages, and they begin working longer and longer amounts of time under capitalism, until finally they're working 14-hour days, sometimes 16-hour days. And Marx outlines this, and people tend to read it only for his descriptions, just how lousy it was. But the point of this is that it generates a reaction against it. workers who at the beginning, in becoming workers, fight against the whole idea of a working day. I mean, after all, this is something new. That is, the working day means that throughout the year, throughout the week, you work the same amount of time. That's fundamentally new. That never used to be the case. People were, there's a very nice article you should read just for a description of this by the great British social historian E.P. Thompson called Work, Time Discipline, and Industrial Capitalism. People worked irregularly. I mean, this is clearly the case with agriculture. Remember, we're talking long before you have mechanization in agriculture. You know, you work terribly hard some parts of the year, let's say during harvest especially. In the winter, you kind of sit around. You mend things and you tell stories. Now, there isn't a constant work week. The same thing was true, not only of peasants, it was true of artisans as well. E.P. Thompson gives many examples. So the idea of imposing a work time which is independent of sunrise and sunset, which used to be the way in which work was timed, is something new. And at the beginning, workers simply fight against that itself, the discipline of time. By the 19th century, they actually are operating within that framework of time. E.P. Thompson shows how it took several centuries for this to occur. And also, this is a total side point. Not only do they accept it, but they internalize it. So that when you have people from basically still peasant societies coming to Great Britain in the 19th century to work, the Irish, they're seen as just ontologically lazy. And E.P. Thompson says, yeah, that's because they haven't had the 200 years of sort of forced discipline, which becomes internalized and is seen as being a feature of being English, or German, or Dutch.
Or American.
The Americans, it's very tricky because it's in America, it's from the beginning. And when they introduce a working class to America, a big working class, during the massive boom of industrialization, unlike in most countries, it's not essentially people from the countryside coming to the city. It's people from Eastern and Southern Europe coming to and Ireland, coming to the cities where you have a much huger gap, religiously, ethnically, between the workers and the rest of society in the United States and anywhere else. And a much higher level of hostility towards the city. Just look at the last election. Be that as it may. By the 1840s, workers in England are fighting against it. And you get in 1848, through Parliament, the 10-hour day. Now, most people read this and they say, this is fantastic. This is the beginning of worker struggle, which it was. But within Marxist terms, first of all, it's not the end of the story. It's the beginning of something new. But even before we get to that something new, what is the consciousness of the workers involved when they fight for the 10-hour day?
They already assume that working is okay in itself.
Okay, that's one. Two, within Marxist terms, how are workers distinguished from serfs, from slaves, of course, from peasants?
The work is voluntary.
Yes and no. It's a different kind of compulsion. Right? It's an impersonal compulsion. It is a compulsion. And this kind of is, Sarath had to leave. But they are compelled, but nobody is compelling them. Okay? But with reference to the commodity, what is their status?
They're propertyless.
They are propertyless except for
their time.
Their labor time.
Their labor time. So they own their labor time, right? Their labor.
And they're completely market dependent since they live in the city, so
they're completely, yes. But they are commodity owners, right? Now, in the second chapter of Capital, Marx says a commodity cannot be taken. You have to bargain for it, right? You exchange for it. They are commodity owners, formally. Once the 10-hour, they fight for and win the 10-hour week, they actually are commodity owners. They were formally commodity owners beforehand, but the real realization of being commodity owner is that you can bargain for your commodity. Now they've bargained for their commodity. Now I want to take some left-wing thought and turn it on its ear, if not on its head. How did they become commodity owners?
Expropriation.
That's originally, but now, with the 10-hour day.
You trade your time for commodity. You trade your time for commodity, right?
How do they do that? How did they affect it? How did they get to be recognized as partners to a contract?
Isn't that the goal? Like it presupposes a political establishment.
The law passed because they were highly organized.
Okay, but I mean, this exchange doesn't presuppose a kind of society with institutions and all that? With institutions?
Yes, of course. But the institutions themselves didn't do it. There was pressure on the institutions. You need both. The word, have you ever heard of the word collective bargaining? I want you to look at that word. Who is bargaining?
The working class.
Uh-huh. So are they bargaining as singular individuals? No.
No,
They're bargaining collectively. So the paradox is that the workers can become real commodity owners through collective action.
Only through collective action?
Only through collective action. So you'll notice this absolutely explodes the idea that what is bourgeois is necessarily individual, and what is collective is already proto-socialist. It's through collective action that the workers become real commodity owners. That's number one. In other words, collective, individual versus collective is not identical to capitalism versus socialism. That everything is individualistic in capitalism, and in socialism everything will be collective. Well, here you have collective in capitalism, as a matter of fact, as part of the realization of capitalism. That they become real collective owners, and they have a sense of rights. Rights for Marx emerges historically as an attribute of commodity owners. People who are not seen as commodity owners originally don't have the full rights. Women. You know, the situation of women in the 19th century is probably worse than in the 18th century. They're not full commodity owners. Nobody is saying that. Marx is saying this is what seeps into consciousness. And people who are not commodity owners, slaves, are not even in the same category. It's no accident that 18th century, no formal race theory, 19th century race theory. It's not that race theory is something old, atavistic, and slowly disappears. It's not the case. Yeah.
This being said, seems that the concept of right is a transhistorical concept.
Why? I'm saying it's rooted in the commodity form, according to Marx.
But you also said that in the slavery society...
No, slavery and capitalism.
Okay.
They're members of a different race. That wasn't the case in the ancient world.
Oh.
So does that mean that slaves in the capitalist sense are incapable of producing commodities? Or
No,
that their labor time doesn't
They're
count?
not commodity owners.
Okay. But does their labor time count in the same way that the labor time of workers does?
No.
Okay.
But they are producing commodities for a world market. We deal with that in the second volume. Okay?
Yes.
All I'm trying to point out is that the subjective side of what he's developing here is that the workers become, and that's when people begin to talk about universal male suffrage. Only after workers organize, and the workers are men. By then, the idea becomes so expansive that other groups also claim this is supposedly universal, we want it. But in the 19th century, you can follow first just property owners, then petty property owners, and now workers. And you can follow that with suffrage. Okay, now.
Very quick question. I mean, I'm sure it's well explained in the book, but I missed that. So, labor time is a commodity for the worker versus variable capital for the capitalist.
No, their labor is a commodity for the worker. But what they really are exchanging is their labor power. And their labor power, for Marx, they get the full wage. I mean, many times they don't. But he's trying to set it up as like an ideal system. And nevertheless, they're producing more value. Capitalism presupposes already a surplus. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist.
So if he's talking directly about wages, in 19th century factories, I know that he talks about the owners and the proletarian workers, though. But were there anybody did salary exist how it does now back then? I mean, if you're trading your hours, it's pretty easy to see with this, because even today people talk about, can I get some more hours, or, to sell them. But it doesn't work like that with people on salary.
Right. So the question is, what is he after here? And I want to suggest, and then I'll try and show it to you. He's after what underlies the dynamic of capitalism, what is the nature of that dynamic, and how does it point beyond itself? Which is why in volumes 2 and 3, him saying that it obscures value means it obscures this dynamic. It raises a lot of other issues, but what this is not intended as is a picture of the social composition of capitalist society. It's an attempt to explain why capitalist society is dynamic in ways in which no other form of human, and that isn't necessarily positive. It's like a runaway locomotive. It's dynamic in ways no other human societies have been, and he doesn't mean that waving a flag. He means that really as a problem of history, to really understand why is capitalism different and what is capitalism. And you'll notice it's not simply a bunch of guys squeezing out. It is that. But what's, guys have been squeezing out of other people forever and in so many societies. But they don't have this kind of dynamism. It's not that capitalism is exploitative and no other societies have been. They've all been exploitative. But the nature of this exploitation is generative of a dynamic. The name he gives to that dynamic is capital. Does that make sense? Yeah, no?
The focus on so in his theory, the hour seems to be very important as I think I was saying, as a unit of measurement. But if you were to go back in time and be contemporary with Marx, in industry, in like manufacturing industry, was the hour like a universal thing except for the owner who didn't have to put in his time the same way?
Oh, the time is central. It's absolutely central. Otherwise, why fight over the length of the working day? Look, the idea that there is such a thing as a working day is a modern notion. And it occurs over several centuries. In no other societies, including in Western European society, is there such a thing as a set working day. It varies with the seasons, and really usually, if you're being exploited, it's simply that you have to give the landlord a certain amount, or you have to give them a certain amount of work. You work on their land 3 days a week, 4 days a week, 5 days a week, and the rest you can work on your own. There is nobody out there with a clock saying you have to come in at a certain time and you can't leave. Early factories lock. The gates are open and then they lock. You cannot get in. You lose that day's pay. And then they're locked. You cannot get out. I mean, there are places in the world where this exists now. But what you have is a coercion. But you don't have to have anybody going to the workers' huts and sort of dragging them out and sort of pushing them into the factory. As Marx says, they're held by invisible threads. It's the only means of their own reproduction. And that's a much more powerful form of coercion, but it is an abstract form of coercion. Nobody has to do the coercing, although to make sure that people are working, you had from early on people in the factory, sort of like foremen, making sure that people are working. And so you had forms of what is called resistance. But I think that the theory here tries to go beyond resistance. Does this make sense? Okay. The working day finally has been limited. So, and he's talking about society as a whole. The capitalist class no longer gets a surplus from expanding the working day. So if you've got S, the surplus, and V, if those are your two variables, and it used to be that you expanded the working day, so S got bigger. Once the working day no longer can be expanded, how are you going to increase S?
Minimize V. Minimize V.
Minimize V. How do you minimize V?
Productivity? Raising productivity?
If there is a socially general increase in productivity, that means that the value of V will fall. because the goods of consumption will be cheaper. So the fall in V doesn't necessarily mean that they're worse off. It doesn't necessarily mean that. Now, however, and he only says this by the side, but I want you to think of the implications of the trajectory here in terms of time. Let's say you've got a 12-hour working day. And socially, productivity is doubled. Let's say it had been V is 6 and S is 6, okay? You double productivity, what happens to V?
Stays the same?
No.
Divided by 2.
Divide by 2.
Oh.
So it goes to 3, right? So you've increased 3. What happens if you double productivity again?
1.5.
It goes to 1.5. What happens if you double productivity again?
0.7.
So you need higher and higher levels of productivity to achieve smaller and smaller increases in surplus value. So what you're going to get is, and almost nobody talks about this, you're going to get an asymptotic curve. Right? That's going to be driven, it's almost like a piston in his analysis. The further down it is, the greater the pressure inside, the more force has to push it further down. You're going to get a trajectory of, let's call it growth, that's going to go like this. And that, for Marx, is, in a sense, explainable through this value theory. Right? All of what I've just outlined depends on the temporal character of value. So one of the payoffs of this value theory is not simply to show exploitation. You do not need Marx's value theory to show that, as many have pointed out. However, this kind of runaway growth, it does help explain the basis for it. That's number one. Number two, after going through relative surplus value, he then goes into production itself. So far, we've been dealing just with it as valorization process. Now let's see what happens to the labor process. You remember that it was labor process, valorization process? And he has 3 chapters, and I want to just walk you through them. The first he calls cooperation, the second manufacture, and the third he calls large-scale industry. Now, in cooperation, workers are working together, and they're working for a capitalist, okay? And Marx says that the power of the collective of workers is greater than the sum of its parts. So you have the creation of a new productive force, which is the collective workers. In that situation, the collective power is that of the workers themselves, right? So you could imagine if the narrative stopped here, you could imagine that what you do is you remove the capitalist and the workers' productive power, which is a collective productive power, would belong to them directly, which is most people's conception of socialism. Okay? He then goes into manufacture. Manufacture was developed only in Western Europe, and it is the pin factory. How many of you know about, like, Adam Smith and the pin factory? Oh, so you all know about it. Right? In the pin factory, you have division of labor, but it's not division of labor like the baker, the butcher, the candlestick maker, where people, that's Adam Smith, where people are exchanging with one another. There's no exchange that takes place. Instead, you take tasks which were artisanal tasks, and you break them down into their simplest possible motions. And Smith takes the pin factory as an example. You know, you have one person pulling wire, another person cutting the wire, a third person sharpening the head, a fourth person putting a little head on the pin, etc. And he says, with this kind of assembly line, I think the figure he gives is that the workers in the manufactory produce 48,000 pins a day. An artisan couldn't produce 400 pins a day. There's an enormous increase in productivity, and the normal increase in productivity comes by what Adam Smith correctly pointed out was the division of labor, but it's a different division of labor than exists in other societies, and Smith has no way of explaining that. It's not related to the exchange among workers at all, right? And the only place you have that, to the best of my knowledge, is Western Europe, which is why the notion that England and China were the same in 1800 and diverged later only because of colonies and sources of energy, I don't agree with, because you already have in place this kind of system that's going after ever-increasing rates of profit. Now, I want to do a thought experiment with you, which I just did before with cooperation. In this manufactory, what are the machines?
The people.
The people, right? In the sense that their labor is broken down into very small component parts, where quite literally each worker is operating as a cog of a machine. But in terms of tools, they're really no different than they were for artisans. It doesn't change that. So you still have a kind of a rough sense that everything that's being produced is a function of human labor input. Right? It's just the labor has been de-skilled, as it were, and this allows for an enormous increase in productivity. One could say at that point that since it's still human labor that is essentially creating this huge output, just a different organization of human labor, that get rid of the capitalist and the collective power of the workers will belong to the workers. Is there a problem with this?
Yeah.
Good, yeah. Could I hear a little more?
I mean, just because all firms are owned and operated by the workers does nothing to prevent any of the other dynamics that go on in the capitalist economic system, like competition between firms and...
Is that the only problem? What if they abolished all competition?
I mean, the skilling, right? So basically, you're not a human anymore, you're just a cog in the machine.
Right. That's what Marx says. That's the way he describes it. You know, you just become a partial human. Adam Smith does exactly the same thing. It's total de-skilling. There is nothing emancipatory at this point already about simply abolishing private property. The labor itself is destructive. And that's very important to understand about Marx and why he isn't focusing simply on property relations. However, of course, this doesn't happen. And what develops out of manufacture?
Mechanized industry?
Yeah. And in a way, what Marx suggests is that it's some people talk about capitalism and industrialization as being identical. And what Marx is suggesting is that the capitalism transformation of labor lays the groundwork historically for industrialization. And at this point, the logic of history and the logic of the unfolding of the forms come together. Yeah.
Sorry, question. Isn't the direction of causality from industrialization which pushed capitalism to its form right now?
Yes, but where does industrialization come from?
Well, that's my question. Yeah.
Well, Marx says it comes from the transformation of labor already. Look, if you've broken labor down, you can't take artisanal labor until you've developed really sophisticated electronics. You can't take artisanal labor and put in a machine.
Right.
If what you've done is broken down labor into pulling of wire, cutting of wire, very simple tasks, you can develop simple machines that will do that. So what Marx is saying is that the transformation of labor, of the labor process, or you're right, let me go back to my categories. What he is saying now is that the valorization process doesn't exist alongside the labor process, but transforms it. The labor process becomes transformed by the goal of producing surplus value. This is the way he's analyzing it. So it's not simply that we've got this analytic distinction, but the payoff of the analytic distinction is to explain why is it that you get this form of production in the West. And it's not because of any genius of the West or anything like it. It's because capitalism already is seizing hold, or better yet, the terms that he uses, the valorization process is seizing hold of the production process. Yes?
And I guess my question is more like history of capitalism question. So then what sparked that transformation of labor and value in the first place? Like, what was it that kicked it in motion, which laid the background?
Well, that's all of the factors that come together as capitalism. Once it's there, this is what's going to happen to labor. I said that the origin is contingent. You have commercial society, you have the displacement of peasants from the land, you have a surplus population, you have a pressure. These commercial societies are already competing with one another on a commercial level.
So could we, in your opinion, could we then pin emergence of capitalism to certain transhistorical nature of human, like transhistorical?
Why? Then it would happen everywhere, wouldn't it?
What's happening everywhere now, right?
Only because capitalism has created the world. Otherwise, you would have expected long ago that in India, in China, in the Middle East, places that were, developed way earlier than Western Europe, that they would have developed as they did. And I don't think you can say, well, they were good, but the Western Europeans are better. It's not the point, even though that was at the heart of European race theory. No, why is it transhistorical?
Because I guess you mentioned earlier how there's this conquering of like one human being on another human, or this exploitation of a human on another human has been something that's been happening historically, right? It's not something
but
specific.
Not with an emphasis on productivity. The Romans do not emphasize productivity.
So the defining characteristic would be emphasis on exploitation towards gains in productivity. That would be the definition.
That the two go together. Yes?
This is just a point contingent on that. Have you ever seen The Corporation, that 2004 documentary about corporate history? It's really interesting because they actually interview a former CEO, and he pinpoints the very beginning of what he would call capitalism in its industrial form. And I think it was in the 18th century. It was involving a coal miner, and he already had people in his employ, so it was already a form of capitalism, but it wasn't what sparked off the exploitative nature of the Industrial Revolution towards productivity. Was he wanted to innovate using water to get down to the coal miners so that they could produce more and more coal per man hour. It's the concept of the man hour where he located it. So if you wanted to pin it down, probably there, at least according to this guy.
Right, now, and they use the steam engine for that. That's how they get the water down. They use steam engines. Now, as you may or may not know, the Hellenistic Greeks developed a steam engine. It would never occur to anybody to send them into coal mines. Never. They had the quote-unquote technology. They thought it was an amusing toy. As a matter of fact, I heard, and some of you have heard this before, but I love the story. I have no idea whether it's true or not, that the Egyptians picked up on it, this is during the Hellenistic period, and used it to automatically open and close these giant temple doors, which caused a great deal of awe. The temple doors open and close without, and it was an interesting toy. Just as when the Jesuits brought the clock to Japan and China, they thought it was an interesting toy. The Japanese then modified it totally. But the Chinese thought it was, this fun little toy. There's something else driving this. It's not the invention of the steam engine, then everybody says, oh yeah, for sure. Let's use it to pump water out of the coal mines so they can go deeper. I believe that was the reason. So they could tap veins of coal that were deeper without in danger of being flooded. For us, that may sound like common sense. For most people, most societies, that is not common sense. So, Marx has divided the commodity into value and use value. People who stop reading there just say, well, things aren't produced like the way they were, artisans, nice. That doesn't go far. He uses that as the basis to make the distinction between the labor process and the valorization process, that together are the production process of capitalism. He used that distinction to explain both the trajectory of growth in capitalism as well as the nature of the means of production themselves. So on one level, what this payoff is of these two sets of categories, if you get them, is to explain real phenomenon. This isn't just, I think that value is a matter of peanuts. No, I think it's a matter of labor time. No, I think it's a matter of utility. There were two wags, economists at UMass Amherst, who wrote a paper called The Peanut Theory of Value, which is why it came to mind. I mean, they didn't understand Marx's theory of value, although they thought they did. This is what the payoff is. And there's a further payoff in the chapter on accumulation, but the point of insisting on value, not price, is that price does not get you this. So as long as you're just thinking of exchange, as long as you're thinking circularly, you're not going to get at this trajectory. And what the book Capital is about is the historical trajectory of capitalism writ large. This is in a very undifferentiated way. He is not talking about decisions made by individual capitalists. He's talking about the trajectory of the whole. That's what value theory is, I'm trying to argue, and that's what 97% of readers of Marx have missed. They think that history is in the Communist Manifesto, where it's unexplained, and that capital proves exploitation and is an economics. It's not. What he has to deal with in volumes 2 and 3 is what happens, because capitalism isn't only production. Obviously, and this is what volume 2 is all about, it's circulation. Importantly, it's circulation. And how do you think the two together? That is volume 3. But it's not an attempt to simply explain production, explain circulation, and explain price. It is an attempt to outline and ground a trajectory of capital to indicate why circulation, which is a necessary part of capitalism, blurs the trajectory. And then bringing them together in the third. So, at least people, let's say in anthropology, etc., who read Marx, they always read the fetishism of commodities. But the entire book is about fetishism. So it's not simply that people don't get it. It's that they seize upon one dimension of an extremely... There are reasons why it took so long to put together. And better yet, why the only volume that he put together... He has massive manuscripts. The only volume that he put together is volume 1, which has this argumentative structure. It's only when you get, and I'll close here for the moment, it's only when you get relative surplus value, which is pretty far in the book, that it retroactively justifies dealing with value in terms of time. Because what he called absolute surplus value, the working day gets longer and longer. You don't need a concept of temporality in order to explain that. You make people work longer, you got more of a surplus, period. It's only with what he calls relative surplus value and this trajectory of growth that suddenly the payoff, way further in the book, justifies why does he start with time? And why does he start with the dual character of the commodity? And why does he have a notion of mediation? He's trying to explain this in a non-contingent way once it's in place, because it doesn't depend on contingency anymore. Its origin did, but not its trajectory. This is and then I'll do accumulation next time, and then we're finished with volume 1. I'll try and do volume 2 very quickly, and then we will come to the beginning of volume 3. But I hope that at least you can sympathize with my need to have you understand what the categories in my reading are about in volume 1. Otherwise, the way I'm going to be reading volume 3 is going to be totally opaque. And, I could wrap myself in the garb of a high priest, like an important French academic, and you would just have to listen. But I really I'm not a fan of Bronze Age priesthood. I'll see you next week.